gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to Online Darts as we get ready for Players' Championship number 16. Krzysztof Ratajski, the Polish Eagle, winning yesterday, but we go again today in what should be an absolute jam-packed day of darts. Who will pick up the title? We will tell. The chat room is rammed early doors. Malachi, Anthony, first two in. How we doing, peoples? Ed, good morning. Adam, how we doing? Week off work, nice. Yes, I will be there on Friday, flying back from Aberdeen in the morning. How we doing, Charlie? Michael Smith's got a nice board today. Yeah, look, Michael Smith has company. Ratajski has leapfrogged him into that last place for the Betfred World Match Play. All eyes on that race. How we doing, Tom? How we doing, Chris? Good to have you in. Maximus, how do? Eurovision, nice. How we doing, James? Good to have you in, mate. As we get everything ready to rock and roll. Predictably, as we thought, Michael van Gerwen not playing today, but I'll tell you someone who is. Raymond van Barneveld against Jelle Klassen, all Dutch tussle there. Just setting up my boards on my laptop. Jars Hero, yes, you know, Malachi, you know. So what we're saying then, were you surprised that MVG's not there today? I know we touched on it yesterday and we all surmised that he probably wouldn't be. Right, that's all my boards ready to rock and roll there, which is good. Yeah, he has, I agree, but the problem is that he's not a minehead yet. He's going to have to pick up some ranking points. Right, that's on the stream. Andrew Gilding is back in today after he made the silly schoolboy error of flying on the day yesterday and his flight being delayed. Silly boy. Because of the importance, we're going to go Michael Smith as first game. We are going to go for a bit of the bully boy against Mario van Bohada. How we doing, Rob? Good to have you in, buddy. Yeah, look, it's even flying on the morning. Excuse me. Although it's ridiculously dangerous, even to get to Hildesheim in time, he would have had to have flown at 6:30 in the morning. Is the thing. There we go. So let's have a bit of bully as our feature match, because all eyes will be on the race for the Betfred World Match Play. And let's make sure I've got darts rankings open, because there is a lot A lot on the line. How we doing, Ben? Good to have you in, buddy. I was almost going to do a Blazing Squad love on the line joke there, but I thought better of it. Half of our lovely audience won't even remember Blazing Squad. So remember, Ricardo Pietreczku has dropped out of those ranking spots. And yesterday, Michael Smith had a £3,000 gap to bridge. Now, he's got a £5,000 gap to bridge because of the brilliance of Ratajski. How we doing, Ben? Good to have you in, buddy. Remember, if you are new here, click that like button and subscribe as well. Plenty of games now underway. Madas Razma leads Max Hopp 1-0. Dom Taylor 1-0 up on Jose de Souza. Martin Lukeman 1-0 up on Marvin van Velzen. Dukes, there it is. Levels up against Andreas Harrison. I'm sure you get asked plenty of times. I don't think they'll change the Premier League format next year. Look, would I change it? Abso-freaking-lutely. But I don't see it changing, Ben, sadly. How we doing, Jaden? Good to have you in, buddy. Krzysztof Ratajski won yesterday. The Polish Eagle was soaring, and Mario van den Bohada has broken the bully boy throw in leg number 1. Tony asks, who is Snakebite playing today? That's a good question, and we will have a look for you. Who is Snakey playing today? Zoom all the way down. Peter Wright is playing Martin Drat on board 12 in the first round. Kevin Dukes in front. Alan Suter 1-0 up on Adam Lipscomb. Where we see you at the crossroads. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam. Oh, I'll tell you what, Blazing Squad, back in the day, what a boy band. Well, for a couple of songs anyway. Hey, Adam. Did Gilding play yesterday? No, he missed, or his flight was delayed, so Gilding didn't play yesterday. Scott Williams could, but look, he's got a lot to do, so he's going to have to try and back that up. Semi-final yesterday. Colin, look, I could probably find a ticket. Probably know enough people that could. But have you seen the cost of flights and hotels is just criminal. Companies shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. One of my mate that I know booked an Airbnb months ago on the hope for cheap, because obviously we didn't know yet. He had his Airbnb cancelled yesterday, and the person upped the price by 8 times. Barry plays about it first. No, it won't, because they swap brand. So yesterday it was the top seed in the group plays first. This time they swap it. So Gary was on first yesterday, so it'll be near the end today. What would I change the Premier League to? I'd like to go back. I'd go to 12 players, 6 games a night, and then you have two relegations. So you relegate 2 after X amount of weeks, and then you relegate another 2 after X amount. How we doing, Andrew? I hope it is sunny in Newquay today, the south of the UK, or especially where I am, basking in the early summer sunshine. Hope Newquay is incredible for you all. Love Cornwall, love Newquay. Such a great place. Definitely England, definitely Scotland, Daniel, but then after that, we'll see. Yeah, Rob, like, I get the price hikes, but cancelling someone's reservation because you can earn a lot more money is a little bit shallow in my opinion. It's like 23 and sunny for 3 weeks here, and so nice, good stuff, Nathan. Good stuff. Look, I'm quite lucky. The south of the UK, we genuinely get a nice weather. Ratajski, yesterday's winner, averaging 106, 3-1 up on Richard Venstra. Danny Van Tripe, 2-1 up on the rockstar Joe Cullen. Pero Lubitsch, 2-0 up on Callum Ridds. Riccardo Pietrezco, he needs a win, 2-1 up on Adam Hunt. Bully Boy, he's in trouble. And Ratajski winning at the moment. Riccardo Pietrezco winning could be a bit of a disaster. Yes, Mark, you know. I love that gag. All for the Blazing Squad references. How we doing? The last suspect. Hope you are good. Yeah, Callum Ridds, he's struggling a little bit at the moment. How we doing, Scott? Good to have you in as always. Phil, dream ref, greatest checkout of all time, greatest walk-on of all time, and your favourite match. Oh. For me, George Noble is still the greatest ref. Bruce is up there, but George for me, greatest checkout of all time. Oh, I don't know. There's a few, isn't there? There's been a few over the years. Checkout's hard because there's been some that have won titles, some that have saved big games and so on. But my favourite, I still like MVG's 1-3-2 to win the Premier League against Taylor. Willie O'Connor at Dublin and Gary Anderson against Michael van Gerwen in Dubai. Don't suppose you know any cheap Airbnbs in London. What part of London, Rob? Afternoon, Kieran. I'm going to go Gary and Dirk again. I'm going to go same as yesterday. 127 in game, surely. Yeah, that's up there. How we doing, Raymond? Hope you are good. Martin Lukeman in front against Van Velzen. Michael Smith averaging 99, but he's still going to have to find a break of throw. Remember, Mario broke him in leg one. Yeah, that just springs to mind straight away, Danny, when people say about great checkouts. That one's always there. Mensur Suljovic levels up 2-2 with Richie Edhouse. He needs a win. And needs a win badly. Graham Hall, 3-2 up on Ryan Joyce. Joe Cullen levels up 3-3 with Danny Van Tripe. And Michael Smith is threatening the Mario van den Bohada darts here. Remember, his opponents around are winning. Ratajski 5-1 in front. Pietrezco level at the moment. Anthony, always good to have you in, my friend. Absolutely love it. I hope we did you boys justice last night when we were talking about the CDC opening weekend. Darren Beveridge, Greg Ritchie for the first time. But yeah, best mates collide. Darius Labanauskas 3-1 up on William O'Connor. I'll be interested to see if there's a few hangovers today. Scott Williams posted on his social media that he was out with the boys last night. Didn't say which one, so I can't comment, but be interesting to see if there's a few hungover. Yeah, I agree. Smithy probably is trying a little bit too hard, and look, there was a chance there that went begging. Look, Ratajski, look, he's got it in him. We know that. Look, Ratajski has won, I think, 11 PDC titles, so it's there. Cheers, buddy. I say it was great watching, and Ratajski, yesterday's winner, is through 103 average, 6-1 over Veenstra, as the Polish Eagle looks to go back to back. Seeing Barney and Yella gives me childhood flashbacks. Yeah, look, he didn't say who was out. He just said out with the boys. So we can't tar anyone with the brush, but Barney in front, averaging 99 against Klassen. The rockstar Joe Cullen levels up with Danny Van Tripe 4-all, and that's huge. That could be a dagger in the heart of Michael Smith. Mario Van den Bohada has just taken out 104 for a double break of throw. Michael Smith, his match play hopes may be hanging by a thread. He did so well to cut the gap at the last European Tour, but it has just opened up again. If he loses here, it will be minimum of 6,000 ranking points. Time is running out for Michael Smith. Kira, we don't know. He just said out with the boys. So... I'm good. Cheers, Pete. Thank you very much. Palo Lubitsch 3-2 in front on Callan Ritz. Barney has beaten Klassen 6-4. Raymond van Barneveld. Again, he needed some ranking points. He was getting precariously dangerous to the drop zone for the match play. Mark, keep them coming, buddy. Keep them coming. Everyone loves a bit of Blazing Squad. Well, if you're from the UK, I'm not sure. I'm not sure Blazing Squad transcended musical boundaries into Europe and America and so on. But us in the UK, Alan Sousa 4-2 up on Adam Lipscomb. Joe Cullen takes the lead against Danny Van Tripe. He'd been trailing, but now leads the rock star. Again, you feel this 65 has to go. Scott Williams, it was on his Insta story. Jose de Souza making a bit of a comeback here. That's 3 legs on the spin for the special Juan. Jurgen van der Wilde. Neil Zonneveld has beaten Oscar Lakazi at 6-2. Also, Joe Cullen through. Pietreczko levels up with Adam Hunt, and Michael Smith is out. Disaster for the bully boy. Remember, Ratajski has won, Barney has won. That gap is becoming bigger. Dom Taylor 5-3 up now. Who have we got warming up? Let's have a bit of Suits and Lipscomb. Can you give a shout out to Truro FC winning promotion to the National League for the first time? Nice. I remember, Andrew, Truro when they played in Southern Prem when Andover Town were in that league. They were a good side then, but well done to Truro. How are we doing, Daniel? Good to have you in. Graham Hall has beaten Ryan Joyce. The race for the match play. It's getting interesting. That Smith has gone. Ratajski has added. Used to watch Truro and Andover at Bashley back in the... I remember Bashley, yeah, back in the day. I remember even back then, Truro's wage bill was just so much bigger than everyone else's at that level. Connor Scott and Jack Tweddle not played yet. Yeah, Polo Ljubic is in complete control against Callum Ridds. Gabriel Clements has levelled it up against Jurgen van der Velde. And now Ricardo Pietreczko is up against Adam Hunt 5-4. Alan Suter defeats Adam Lipscomb. Dom Taylor beats Jose de Souza 6-3. Don't. He had a great game yesterday, but Van der Velde is in control. Sorry, Van der Waal is in control against Scott Williams here. Darius Labanauskas has beaten William O'Connor. Perlo Lubitsch, can he get over the line against Callan Ridds here? I saw on Twitter New Street wanting board sponsor. Yeah, I'll check it out. To New Street were unlucky this year. Pietreczko is a 6-4 winner over Adam Hunt. Great run in the Vars, and then narrowly missing promotion. Yeah, they still practice together, Ben. They don't live too far apart now. And Perlo Lubitsch has defeated Callum Ridds. Huge win for Lubitsch. How are we doing, Matthew? Look, yeah, John O'Shea, absolute legend on the show last night. So good to have him on. I think Ange is gone no matter what. If United get rid of Amorim, they're fools. Danny Lauby warming up against Jeffrey de Graaf. I've gone for Dirk and Gary again. I saw enough yesterday, but I think they're going to have good runs again today. How are we doing, Anthony? Good to have you in. Thank God. It's the Euros this week. Is it this weekend, the Euro Tour? I thought it was next weekend. Yeah, Euro Tour's next weekend, buddy. No, it's a free weekend this weekend. Stephen Burton underway against Thomas Lovely. And the next Euro Tour is in Rosmalen. And I would be surprised if I know the entry sheets are out. I've not looked at them, but I would be surprised being the Premier League finals the week after. Thibaut Tricol 3-0 up on Nick Kenny. Disappointing for Kenny. We'll be looking to try and get above Jim Williams. Disastrous for Bully Boy. Scott Williams just keeping Van der Waal at bay at the moment. Chris Landman 2-1 up on Core Decker. Yeah, the T-Rex call. Rusty Jake Rodriguez 4-3 up on Nathan Rafferty. If I'm putting a bet on it, so I think it's a real interesting dynamic. That if you're asking me who do I think has more chance of getting it right over 2 games right now, I would say Nathan Aspinall. If you're asking me who do I think, if they get it right, it's the bigger level and so on, is Michael. We saw when Michael gets it right, especially on the European Tour, the one he won, it was brilliant. But the highs and lows in Michael's game are so big at the moment, where Nathan, even when he's losing with a half-decent performance. I think Michael just takes it. I think Nathan Aspinall wins in Aberdeen this week, but then loses in the semi-final to Littler. So then the game in Sheffield becomes a straight shootout. Winner goes through, and I think Michael may find a way to win that one. Yeah, Josh has really struggled on tour. Rafferty 1 away from defeat here. I don't mind. I'd probably MVG. Benjamin Drew Royce is 2-0 up. Jeffrey de Graaf 2-0 up on Danny Lauby. Dragutin Horvath is 2-1 up on Michele Torretta. Yeah, Nathan, it would, if he misses out again by such a small distance, it would be heartache for him. Nick Kenny has a leg back against Thibaut Tricol. Scott Williams 5-2 in front and kicks off with a max. I am going to Aberdeen, flying tomorrow, James. Because the flights Thursday just didn't work. And it's obscenely expensive to fly on the Thursday. Yeah, Scott Williams averaging a ton again here. He's playing well, strutting around that little streaming booth like he owns it. I love it. Brett Claydon just getting underway. Nathan Rafferty has one of the 3 on the spin he needs to win. Kim Hybrex 4-1 up on Kevin Burness. Unfortunately, no Euro Tour watch along because I've got to fly. Depending if there's reasonable internet at the hotel, Scott Williams is 6-2 up. I may try and jump on for the second event. I should be at the hotel by 2:30. Let's so a bit of Jim Long, Graham Usher. Yeah, I hate not being able to do it, but it was just the only time I could fly was tomorrow. Again, just looking at this race for the World Match Play. Scott Williams, semi-final yesterday, but even a win today would not get him in. This is what I mean. He started to play well, but he's almost left himself too much to do. The maverick that is Scott Williams. Phil, do you know if the story in the Sun reported about MVG? Yeah. I wasn't there, but I've heard many people talk about it before it got released. So yeah, I wasn't there, so I can't categorically say it happened, but I've heard many people talk about it before. Josh Richardson in a world of trouble, 4-0 down. Thomas Lovely, 4-1 up on Stephen Burton. Christian Kist cuts the gap to Drew Ruse. And Danny Lauby from 2-0 down levels up at 2-2. And we said that Rafferty had to win 3 on the spin, and that is exactly what he has done to beat Rusty Jake. Big result for Rafferty. Cordecker in front against Landman. Nick Kenny is on the comeback trail against Tricol. Remember, could be a big day for those Welsh boys, who will finish top of that little trio. Williams, Owen and Kenny, who will have bragging rights in that little cluster. Graham Usher has one back against Jim Long. Only a hold. Jim Long still in control. Kim Hyrex dominating Kevin Burness. Rusty Jake this year, buddy. Danny Noppert warming up against Nathan Girvan. Oh, sorry, do you mean on tour? I think you meant on tour. It's Rusty on tour this year. Ed House is going to need a decent run on Euro Tour. Yeah, look, Ed House is really struggling form-wise at the moment. Has a lot to do. Oh, Roby. Like I said, I wasn't there, but I've heard a lot of them talk about it. Kelly Toretta from 3-1 down, levels up against Horvath 3-3. Rob Grundy 4-1 up. Again, a man that we'll probably see back at Q School. Brett Claydon 3-0 to the good Tice Canick, levels up 2-2 with Mickey Mansell. Jim Long is 1 away, 5-3 up on Graham Usher in our feature game. Lauby 3 legs on the spin. He leads Jeffrey DeGraff 3-2 now. Yeah, Nick Kenny from 4-0 down is level with Tricol. Jermaine Watamina takes the opener against Ted Everts. All German affair warming up. Shin Diggity, Martin Schindler taking on Florian Hempel. Sedlacek has beaten Jack Tweddle 6-4. Kevin Burness coming back into this. He's back within one of Kim Hybrex. The Belgium still leads 5-4. I think Ted's one of those players that he had an incredible development tour career, but has not consistently produced. And unless he can find that Ted Evans' his higher level is very good, but we don't see that enough. And until he can up the levels, he's going to yo-yo. I love that, Rob. Afternoon, Glenn. Great to have you in, buddy. Graham Usher holds and is back within one of Jim Long. Chris Landman and Cordecker 5-all. Remember, everyone, welcome along. Woodhouse, Warner warming up. Chisnell, Denny Alder, Calter. That's a great tie for Chisnell. Thibaut Tricol is back in front. Again, there's a lot of players in that Ted Everts bracket, and that are probably not good enough's the wrong word, not consistent enough to stay on tour, and they just constantly yo-yo. They don't have the consistency levels to break that 64, and I think Burton's one of them, Adam. There's so many. There's a cluster of players that just don't seem to have enough to kick on to that next level, but are then too good for the level below. Hence why they keep winning tour cards back, but don't keep them. Doing some stats from yesterday, saw James Wade hit 918s. How happened there? Kim Hybrex has beaten Kevin Burness 6-4. Eggy, 100% that Ratajski winning absolutely killed Michael Smith yesterday. How are we doing, Teresa? Good to have you in. Not as of yet, not as exciting as yesterday. Had to escape to the very non-ginger. Love that. Rob Grundy 5-1 up now on George Killington, and Chris Landman has beaten Cord Decker. Again, Killington, another one of those that always seems to win his tour card back, but doesn't have enough to keep it. Thibaut Tricol has beaten Nick Kenny. The Frenchman gets over the line. Jim Long has missed multiple match starts. Is Graham Usher going to force a decider? Not this time. But the train approaching platform 11 is on the move. So we'll see if Jim Long hits this first. He does. Jim Long beats Graham Usher 6-4. But the Express approaching platform 11. All aboard the Flying Scotsman. Where was I? That one. I'm back. All aboard, you know. Aaron says, again, Steve Lennon's in that bracket that loses it, wins it back, lose it, wins it back. But I'm not sure how you break that cycle. One, for the players, and two, for the PDC as well. That constant yo-yoing of players. Stephen Burns, 6 on the spin for him as he beats Thomas Lovely 6-4. Filmed in a barbecue while watching. Do I go? Oh, burgers all day long. Surprisingly, MVG. Yeah, I thought he might play as well, Glenn. I'm with you there. I thought he might play. Jeffrey de Graaf has cut the gap, but Lauby's still on the hill. Jermaine Watamina levels up with Ted Everts. We are going to go Gary's feature game next. Bit of Gary. Remember, disaster for Ryan Joyce. He's out in the first round. And now he's looking over his shoulder. The Winter Gardens may be disappearing. Benjamin Drew Roos, a 6-4 winner over Christian Kist. To be fair, that's probably not far off. He probably did go home straight away yesterday. Come on, let me fire some of these games up. Oh, I love that, Glenn. Board 17. 1800. I'm not. Is that good or not, Rob? I don't mean that in a horrible way, but I know they've cut sessions this year. 1800 out of how many total is that? Did Heta enter? I didn't see his name pulling out. I'll tell you who he's got if he's in. Damon Heta will play Brendan Dolan on board 5. De Graaf levels up with Lauby 5-all. We've got a Noble. Jermaine Wattamina 4-2 up now on Ted Everts. Danny Noppert 2-1 up on Nathan Gervin. I'm not a fan of that Gervin shirt either. Blech. Right, I'm going to put another game live as a feature. However, spoiler, once Gary goes live, we will go to Gary. Is that a deal, everyone? So we'll have a look at Gilding White, but as soon as Gary goes live, we are going there. Big win for Danny Lauby Jr. 6-5 winner over Jeffrey de Graaf. Boy, did he need that. Russell Nyman getting underway against Dominic Grulish. Pietreczko is playing. He's won his first game. But Ratajski has also won his. Gervin levels up with Noppert 2-2. Love that, Mark. Love that. Do you know if there is something going on with Josh Richardson? Maybe an issue. I don't think so, Lendl. Look, I just think that was he good enough to be on tour? Look, he won his place through Q School, so you can't argue that. But I'm not sure if he was ever ready for it. Going into that week, he would never have been on my list of players that I thought would have got a tour card. But he did, so fair play to him. I'm not sure he's ever ready. Glenn, is it just a match shirt or just a normal shirt? Brett Claydon has beaten Patrick Giach. Yeah, as James said there, Gilding, Jermaine Watamina has battered Ted Everts in the end. 5 legs on the spin for the machine gun replica. You could still get 100, I reckon, 100, 120 quid for it. Will Rock win a major this year? No. I don't think there'll be many surprise winners, or not even outside the box winners, shall we say. I think he'll have good runs on TV. Florian Hempel, 3-0 up on Martin Schindler. The Wall, certainly not firing at the moment. Dirk and Bradley Brooks underway. George Kellington on the comeback trail against Rob Grundy here. Doing a dance comp on Saturday for the lads. Once we finish streaming, mate, let me have a dig around, and whatever I've got, I will send up to you, buddy. Oh, Gary Anderson is underway. Choo choo, all aboard. Not a problem, buddy. I say once I'm done here, I'll have a look and see what I can muster together. I'll have some bits and bobs here I can send up, mate. Connor Scott not played yet, no. Did Van Gogh give a reason for pulling out? No, or the PDC never publicised it anyway. But no, it was just he's out, he's in. Joyce World Grand Prix would be nice. Yeah, look, he's just form-wise just falling off a little bit. Owen Bates breaks with a 1-2-3 against Gary Anderson. Cheeky little 12 darter. Rob Grundy has beaten George Kellington 6-4. The grenade goes through. This is good from Owen Bates here. Playing some beautiful stuff. Got Scott to win at 60, so it's nice. Anderson to win 5-1 today. Yeah, a little bit short for a Pro Tour, that. But look, I get it. There's a lot of big names missing and so on. Hachian van Veen 1-0 up on Andy Bartons, the beast. Anderson has a break back opportunity here. 88. No worries, Lendl. Anderson does break back on the 88. 1-1. He now has the darts. Ryan Searle 1-1 with Keane Barry. Mickey Mansell ties Canuck 5 apiece. Yeah, yes, Danny Anukoa has started brightly, but it needs to convert. That Van Dyvenbode averaging 111 is 2-0 up on Bradley Brooks. Victor Tingstrom, 2-all with James Wade. Barton's levels with Van Veen. Gary Anderson, 139 could be tricky for a 2-1 lead. Owen Bates, 170 for 3 breaks in a row. Ian White averaging 96, 3-1 up on Goldfinger. Is it fishing time for Bates? No, it is not. So Gary Anderson tops for 2-1. The Flying Scotsman leads, averaging 103. Bates 109. Titus Canick has beaten Mickey Mansell 6-5. Oh, I've not seen that version of the James Hurrell shirt before, the white and black one. Not sure if I'd like it or dislike it at the moment. Nathan Gervin is in front against Danny Noppert. The Freeze played well yesterday. Damon Hatter takes the opener against Brendan Dolan. 11 dart leg for him. Owen Bates leaves the lesser spotted double 17. And he's missed, giving Anderson a chance at 120. Misses, so Bates chance to level up. Oh, big miss from Owen Bates. Will Gary Anderson make him pay? Keane Barry's just levelled up 2-2 with Ryan Searle. Anderson goes round the houses. It is 2-2, missed opportunity for Anderson. Yeah, no Premier League players today, none of them at all. Michael played yesterday and then Cam today off. Calm down, Ryan. It doesn't have to play. We've seen Gezi do it before, and so on. It happens. Oh, look, he's lost a lot in round 1 this year. Owen Bates has a chance here. Oh, he's missed the chance. Anderson 115. But Gary missed multiple darts to break, and now he could be going 3-2 behind. And he misses another dart. The doubling radar seems to have deserted Gary at the moment. Is Owen Bates going to make him pay? He is. Another break. Justin Hood 2-0 up on James Hurrell. And Shin Diggity has pulled this back. He's now 4-all with Florian Hempel. Yeah, possibly. The hunger thing might be there. Keane Barry is in front against Ryan Searle. Yeah, oh, look. Yeah, James, look, yeah, he has to get to Minehead, doesn't he? Also, that's the last dress rehearsal before the World Championships. Missing it is not a good thing. Dave Chisnell only averaging 83 is 4-1 to the good. Danny Noppert levels up 5-5 with Nathan Gervin. We're going to a last leg decider there. Up until yesterday, I still thought Michael Smith would make it. However, Ratajski winning yesterday has completely changed the landscape, and now I think he's in big trouble. Noppert 5-5 at the moment. Last leg decider going on. Gary Anderson needs to hold here. Van Veen 4-2 up on Bartons now. Adam Warner not done against Luke Woodhouse yet. Danny Noppert leaves a bogey number in the decider. Danny, the old 159, the old China doesn't work. And Gervin has applied pressure. He leaves 92. If Noppert loses, how many times have we said this? Comes back to poor board management, poor counting at the top level. Only has himself to blame here. It looks as if Noppert's blown it because Gervin has a match-winning opportunity. Doesn't go. Gervin has missed his chance. Can Noppert salvage the situation? The answer is he can't. Now, I don't know if he's had too much darts or he's just scored 60. I will tell you in a second. But Gervin coming back for double 18. Gervin misses. Huge miss. Danny Noppert will breathe a huge sigh of relief if this goes. I will tell you in a second, has he already had match darts? He missed one match dart in the combo before, but Danny Noppert survives a huge scare and some of his own doing. Owen Bates is one away from beating Gary Anderson. Dirk 5-2 in front. Gary's gone through the gears here, but this is on his own darts. He will need to find something on the Bates throw. Gary holds all on this leg. Owen Bates, what have you got? Can you survive an onslaught here from the Flying Scotsman? Gary, sluggish at the start of this one. That will be music to Bates's ears. Ross Smith 3-2 up on Dylan Slevin. Ryan Searle in front against Keane Barry. Van Veen is a 6-2 winner over Andy Bartons. And here comes the pressure from Anderson. Just the door is ajar. It's not a chance yet. It's a glimmer, depending on this visit from Owen Bates. 229, how low can you leave this? That is very good from Owen Bates. 140 gets him down to 89. Anderson, 140 to leave 44. Pressure applied. Is Owen Bates up to it in this moment? Should get at least the dart of the ball. Missed the dart of the ball. One match dart has come and gone for Owen Bates. Is Anderson sending us to a decider? He is. Owen Bates has had a match dart at the bullseye. Couldn't take it. Said the check walkover. That's interesting. I wonder what happened there. Dave Chisnell is a 6-2 winner over Denny Alder-Coulter. Wasn't a great display, but it's a winning one. That's all that matters. Anyone watching Streamboard 2, it may just be me, or is there a more pronounced twist in the James Hurrell action? There was always a little one, but now it's quite a big turn. Or is it just me? Or has it always been that big? That visit I've just watched, it just seemed like a bigger turn than normal. Ryan Searle has beaten King Barry 6-4. Gary Anderson, a trebleless visit there, has just invited pressure from Owen Bates. But the master is also trebleless. Ryan, I don't know if he's... it was on... I'm sure it was on one of his socials. He said he's been struggling with his eyes more than ever this year. 103 for Anderson. Leaves double 18 and will return. The big fish from Hurrell. Dominic Grulish has beaten Wessel Nyman. Martin Schindler beats Florian Hempel as well. Comeback was there. And Gary Anderson has beaten Owen Bates, survived a scare. Bates had a dart at the ball, couldn't hit. Let's go. Let's go for a bit of Peter Wright. Yeah, no worries, right. I was going to say, yeah, he put it on his socials that he's been really struggling with his eyes more than ever this year. So that might have something to do with it. Sedler check. Let's have a look at this. Sedler box did play. I can't remember who he played off the top of my head. He beat Jack Tweddle 6-4. PDC just posted Barry illness at the venue. Fair enough. Cheers, Adam. Pleasure as always. Nico Springer, Willie Borland getting underway. Still some gamers warming up. Connor Scott, Matt Campbell. That should be a tasty encounter. And Victor Tingstrom has beaten James Wade. The machine misfired. Gary is 7 now. Yeah, look, he's going to fluctuate. But if you're a Gary fan, it's potential exciting times because, like we were discussing yesterday, he's potentially one good run away from being back in the top 4. Matt Campbell, Connor Scott just getting underway. Andrew Gilding has forced the last leg decider. We go to a noble between Gilding and White. Yeah, look, that tour card race, as we call it, I know we focus on who loses their card, but it also gives you a great indication on who's going to be where. Oh, have we had a cheeky little 9 data from Ross Smith? We have. That means if you go to the tour card race, Nathan, it gives you a great indication on who's where. Quick question. Look, Littler's not the only one, but look, these Pro Tours to the elite players are not important anymore. As long as they've got enough money to get to Minehead, they're not important. That I said back when he played his last lot, which was around Manchester Premier League. I think he played his last lot of Pro Tours. I said from there, I would be surprised if we saw Luke on the Pro Tour for the next the next 12 to 16 events. It's a good question. I don't think he will. If he loses his card, I don't think he will go to Q School. Ross Smith is a 6-3 winner over Dylan Slethen. Now I just need to do the 9 dart post, so bear with me, everyone. A 100%, Glenn. It does. Peter Wright, 3-all at the moment. Afternoon, Chris. How are you? Hope you are good. One thing I do think is, although the list should be updated more regularly as a bookie, I'm waiting. Yeah, I get that. Did the PDC not give you the list earlier, Glenn? Matt Campbell 2-1 up on Connor Scott. They're both averaging astronomical numbers. Can we be quiet out there, please? The seedings list should also be made. No, I get the list from the PDC website like everyone else, but they never update it. I need pullouts, ECT. Yeah, not great, I agree. Yeah, look, it's all great points, guys. I like them. For the first time, Damon. Oh, yeah, I didn't notice that one. That's gone under the radar. Cam Crabtree 5-0 up on Wesley Placia. Yeah, Crabtree's flying. Peter Wright involved in a battle here with Martin Drat. Reese Griffin's battled back. He's 5-all with Mike De Decker. Greg Ritchie 1-all with his mate Darren Beveridge. Lucas Venick 2-0 up on Stefan Belmont. Peter Wright 1-5-2. Placia will not be whitewashed. No bagel, as he has one back. Peter Wright back in front against Drat. Remember, Martin Drat will have to break the throw at some point. Connor Scott, Matt Campbell, what a game this is. Once this one's done, we'll go to Campbell and Scott because it's a great contest. Reese Griffin has completed the comeback. He has stunned Mike De Decker. Willie Borland trails Nico Springer 4-3. Beveridge back in front. Matty Dennant trails Darryl Pilgrim 3-1. I think Białecki. Do we get a full list of World Cups? No. I don't think we do. Connor Scott has levelled it up with Matt Campbell 3-all. Peter Wright, can he win it with 125? He's missed the bullseye, which means he's gone ball 25 and missed the bullseye again. Love that, Snakey. But Martin Drat, 92, to level this contest up and send us to a noble. Jim Williams 1-0 up on Andy Bolton. Białecki and Lennon underway. Peter Wright has missed another set of match darts. That's 3 now in total. Will he live to regret that? As Drat comes back. Greg Ritchie, 2-2 with Darren Beveridge, and we are going to a last leg decider. Peter Wright has the darts. Remember, Peter Wright has missed the opportunity to win this one already. Białecki takes the opener against Steve Lennon. Connor Scott is now in front against Matt Campbell. Stefan Hendrick levels up 3-all with Adam Paxton. This is very good from Snakey, though, in our feature game. In the last leg decider, he's kicked off 140-140. Vanek 4-0 up on Belmont. Cheers, Chris. Doing something with Mace really soon. Cheers, mate. No, it was good. No, look, people might not like Matt's answers, but at least he's honest and says how he sees it and so on. People might not like it, but Jaden's a good kid. I like him a lot. Ryan Meikle 5-1 up on Tavish Dudney, and now Peter Wright to get the job done. And does Snakey into the last 64. Willie Borland has beaten Nico Springer. It's a surprise result. Matt Campbell, 46 to level this one up. Connor Scott misses a dart at the bullseye on the 130. Will he come back? No, he won't. Campbell levels it 4-4. Just getting the scores ready. So where it feels like when Gary survives the scare, always plays it. But yeah, look, it was a scare. He faced a dart at a bullseye to lose. Matty Denon is back within one now of Daryl Pilgrim. No, I agree, Nathan. Look, I don't think we'll ever see the level of Peter Wright that we saw when he won the match play and so on. But can he still produce a very good level? 100%. Rob Owen takes the opener against Tom Bizzle. Białecki back in front against Lennon. Connor Scott holds. He's on the hill. So again, good game this between him and Matt Campbell. Nice. Yeah, I think Bully Boy will get back to his best, 100%. But look, he's in one of those situations where he's trying to repair his body on the job. Ideally, I think he said it, ideally, he takes six to 9 months off and heal properly. But obviously, as a professional sportsman, you can't do that because there's no income coming in for 6 to 9 months. So he's got to do it on the job, which is not ideal. Greg Ritchie, 4-2 up on Darren Beveridge. Ricky Evans, Sam Spivey getting underway. Ryan Meeker was beating Tavis Dudney 6-2. But Connor Scott is going to get a look at a match-winning opportunity here on the 112. Doesn't go, so Campbell comes back for 65 to send us to a Noble. This game probably deserves one, but it may not get one as Scott will get 2 match darts here. And it goes. Connor Scott has beaten Matt Campbell. Tim says, where can we see the stream games around to? Normally on the PDC Twitter account, mate. That's where they usually post them. Let's go a bit of Pilgrim and Denon, I think. I like that. Adam Paxton has just beaten Stephen Hendricks. Ricky Evans takes the opener against Spivey. 1-5-2 for Pilgrim to win it. Doesn't go. So Denon, this would be a break if he can take out the 97. Who will be the partner in crime for Mentor this year? It will be Roby John. Matty Denon has missed. Sorry, Rusty Jake, that's what I meant. Both missing. Matty Denon will be devastated. He's had the chance. Not taking it. Greg Ritchie has beaten Darren Beveridge in the all-Scottish tussle. Now Pilgrim sees off Denon. Mr. P had picked up some money yesterday and going about his business again today. Warming up. And that should be an unbelievable game. Definitely going Barney and Scott Williams. What a game this should be. Oh. Steve Lennon 2-2 with Sebastian Białecki. Belmont has a couple of legs on the board against Venick, but still very much in the Germans' control. Nathan Rafferty 2-0 up on Krzysztof Ratajski. Remember, Ratajski yesterday's winner. He's got a handful of games left in the 1-2-8. I think my bottle of water's around here somewhere. There it is. Some H2O. Steve Lennon leads Białecki 3-2. Barney and Williams underway. Scott Williams misses darts. 2 hold. Barney, can he break? The 108 would be very nice. Doesn't go, and made a bit of a mess of the setup as well. Andy Bolton levels it up 3-3 with Jim Williams. And Scott Williams does take the opener against RVB. Michele Toretta Labanauskas just getting underway. Ha ha. Love that. Jim Longgrave Hall. Gabriel Clements. And again, he needs to find some form. Will not be going to the World Cup. I'm probably going to butcher his name, but Jamil van der Heck. Sorry to all my Dutch friends and colleagues that I've just butchered his name. First time I've seen him on the stream board. Young lad. Let's have a look at the action fundamentally in a minute. See. Pin the bullseye. So he has the darts. Let's have a look at the action against Clemens. Don't dislike the action. Who the heck? Michele Toretta takes the opener against Laban. Just been out and about. Can you give me some good news? Back to German Giant Martin. They're all still in. Joe Cullen just getting underway against Sedlacek right now. Scott Williams probably about to go 1-1 with Raymond van Barneveld. .41 for Barney, but misses. Williams, the same target, and the chance for 2-0. Nathan Rafferty is 4-0 up on Krzysztof Ratajski. Ricky Evans, same scoreline on Sam Spivey. Different rounds, but And Williams is 2-0 to the good. Graham Hall 1-0 up on Jim Long. Robert Owen back in front. And it's Tom Bizzle. What? Remember, Jim Williams is 4-3 up on Andy Bolton. That game seems to have been going for a lifetime. Sedlacek takes the opener against Cullen. 12 data for the Czech Nightmare. Steve Lennon, 5-2 up now on Białecki. How are we doing, Luca? Good to have you in, my friend. Williams, 88 for a 3-0 lead over Barney. And it goes into... Bolton levels it up against Williams. We had a 9 data from Ross Smith. Other than that, not a lot really, mate. No, it's not been the best of days so far. Ricky Evans is 5. They're up. They're averaging 95. This is good from Rapid. Scott Williams, 3-1 up on Raymond van Barneveld. Barney needs to find something here, only averaging 90 at the moment. Can you bet on this? The stream games you can bet on, yep. Barney has just beaten... Sorry, it's just broken Scott Williams. Ivanhoe coming back against Webber, and Bolton is in front against Jim Williams. Jim, the average has dropped to just 82. Barney on course for 3 legs on the spin himself here. Dom Taylor trails Alexander Merckx 3-1. Belmont has levelled it up against Lucas Vennick. That's been some comeback from Belly. Such a shit nickname. Barney has made a mess. Surely that has to be a scoring error, does it not? Ricky Evans is a 6-1 winner. Also, Steve Lennon has beaten Sebastian Białowski. Barney has made an absolute howler. But Williams can't hit either. This one's all getting a little bit nervy. Haven't backed anyone yet. I'll have a look at the airport tomorrow. And it is 3-3 somehow. The most bizarre leg of darts ever. Leon Webber has beaten Mike Clivenhoven 6-4. Also, has Andy Bolton beaten Jim Williams? It's just disappeared off my screen. Yes, 6-4, which means Williams won't add to his tally today. Which means Robert Owen would need to get to the quarterfinal to get to the same money as him. Doable. Stefan Belmont has turned it around to win. Great comeback from him. Dom Taylor back-to-back legs. Tom Bizzle, though, is now 4-3 up on Robert Owen. Stack attack not firing. Joe Cullen, he had a woeful first leg, but this is more like the rock star. 5-1 up on Sedlacek, averaging 99. Welcome back, Joe. I was reading something the other day. Hasn't Rory got an incredible record at this place or something? Ratajski is back level. Barney his own downfall. Yeah, it's just not. It's from both of these. It's been very bitty, hasn't it? Who did you back for the Masters? I backed Rory because I couldn't bring myself to. If he hadn't won, I wasn't on, and he was the only one I won any money on. The others just had some bits and bobs. I'll say that Williams needed that 180. Tom Bizzle has beaten Robert Owen. Six, 4. Now, Barney has had a great leg here, and he may get a chance to break. Doesn't hit, so Williams can go within 1 if he hits tops. Misses. Chance for Barney. Scott Williams has been wasteful here. Labanauskas 5-2 up on Toretta. Barney does break and he leads. Scott Williams, what have you got in the locker? Back-to-back legs for Sedlerbox. He was 5-1 down, back to 5-3. Just going to update the scores as well. 2 seconds, everyone. Last one. There we go, scores updated. Scott Williams, have you got a blockbuster in you? The answer is no. So Barney should get 1 match start. He may get 2 to beat Scott Williams. Ratajski 5-all with Rafferty. Joe Cullen has beaten Sedlacek 6-2. And Barney has beaten Williams 6-4. Raymond van Barneveld goes into the last 32. Right, we're going to start with we'll have a look at Danny Lowby for a bit, but we are going to go to Chisnell and Scott, I think, at some point. Do you think Barney has a title in him? I don't know is the honest answer. I don't think so. And I hope he proves me wrong, but I wouldn't really class Van Veen as an outsider because he's on everyone's radar, isn't he? He's not a Richie Edhouse. That was a genuine outsider at the time. De Decker was as well. So Can Van Veen win a major? Yeah, 100%. Would I class him an outsider? Probably not. Chris Landman levels it up with Mario Van Bohardo. Right, Pilgrim Grulich warming up. Danny Lauby not firing at the moment. 27, 60, 27. If we're following a pattern, then this will be 27, Danny. Not a pattern he'll want though. Jim Long 5-2 up on Graham Hall. Dukes, there it is. Takes the opener against Rob Grundy. This has been a very, very off leg for Danny Lauby here. Jim Long one away. Stephen Burton one away from being Alan Suter. Mental Sudovic, Titus Kanik just getting underway. Alexander Merckx has beaten Dom Taylor 6-4, and Stephen Burton, the same scoreline, beats Alan Suter. Pele Lubitsch has broken Danny Lauby to lead 2-1. Thibaut Tricol going about his business again, 2-0 up on Neil Zonneveld. Kevin Dutz doubles his advantage over Grundy. Again, what's everyone up to today? Chat room, where you're watching, home, work, got us on in the background, let us know. What I mean at Hurrell just getting underway. I feel I've got Cam for the day, nice. I love that, spraying darts around the board. Chizzy takes the opener against Connor Scott. At the moment, Pele Lubitsch is absolutely bossing this game against Lauby at the moment. The American not firing at all. Tricol 3-0 up on Zonneveld, and look, we've seen so much good from Zonneveld recently, but this is the stinker that he throws in with that. It's easy to do it with that slingy elbow action. It's like and when it's off, it's like this. When it's on, it's incredible. Oh, warming up. Where are we? There we go. Again, he's back in action. The one, the only. The Flying Scotsman, Gary Anderson. Good morning, Mike. Hope you are good. Brett Claydon levels up with Madas Razma. Danny Lauby finds himself 3-1 down. Oh, nightmare, James, nightmare. It was a scrappy game from both. Jim Long has beaten Graham Hall 6-3. The Canadian, the gentleman, is into the last 32. This is a bit better from Lauby here. He has been seriously misfiring for the last 3 legs. Dave Chisnell 2-0 up on Connor Scott. Woodhouse doubles his advantage over Cam Crabtree. Van Veen 1-0 up on Dolan. Gary Anderson underway against Adam Paxton. Perlo Lubitsch 110 doesn't go. So Lauby to keep his hopes alive here. Gary Anderson takes the opener against Paxton. Grundy 2-2 now with Dukes. Dukes led that one 2-0, but the grenade is back in this. Danny Lauby does hold against Perlo Lubitsch. This game's a bit boring, isn't it? Should we go? You know. You all know. All aboard. Boop, boop. Tricol 4-1 up on Neil Zonneveld. Daryl Pilgrim struggling against Dominic Grealish. 2-0 to the German. Ross, you missed it. We played the Gary alarm. Two now to Gary. Gary Anderson threatening the Paxton darts here once more. Grundy, 3 legs on the spin for the grenade. Polo Lubic 4-2 up now on Lauby. Ryan Searle, Ryan Meikle just getting underway on board 15. Jermaine Watamina 2-1 up on James Hurrell. Woody Borland has one back against Van Veen. Victor Tingstrom, Greg Ritchie just getting underway. Paxton, this either needs to go or left handy. Not handy enough though. Anderson 104 for 3-0, a double break. Excuse me. Mrs. Tops. Paxton can't hit, so Gary for a double break. Dukes levels up against Grundy. That one's 3-0, and Gary Anderson is 3-0 up on Adam Paxton. Remember the race for the World Match Play that we've been so eagerly talking about. Christoph Ratajski is out. Ryan Joyce is out. So far, it's been a good day for Barney. Another win for him would put him above Daryl Gurney. But for Watamina, Woodhouse in particular, very good day. Considering that he's on holiday, he's had some time out. Gurney has not, he's escaped quite well here. Barney, good day for him. Disastrous for Joyce. Ratajski added 1,000 ranking points. Pietreczko has work to do. Disaster for Smith and Lukeman. Ed House as well. Kevin Dutz in and around. So the ones that so far it's been the best weekend or the best 2 days for Ratajski, that's for sure. Titus Kanik 4-1 up on Mental Sulovic. Remember everyone, if you are new here, drop us a like and subscribe. Massively appreciate it. Willie Borden levels it up with Van Veen 2-2. Noppert back in front against Radek Sadansky. Chris Landman 5-3 up on Mario van den Boharder. Madas Razma beats Brett Claydon. Polo Lubic, who struggled to win a game, is he about to win back-to-back games? 5-2 up on Danny Lauby. He's averaging 98 here. This is good from Polo. Took a break from spraying darts for hands up my steak and kidney pie. That's always a good touch. Big fan of that. Gary Anderson is one away from serving a bagel. Adam Paxton not been able to live with the Flying Scotsman here. And Polo Ljubic has beaten Danny Lauby and beaten him handsomely, 6-2 to the Croatian. Ryan Searle 2-0 up on Ryan Meikle. If Ross Smith wins this game or the tournament, buddy, because Noppert's still in at the moment, isn't he? I think if he switches 2 seconds, I think Danny Noppert would be in anyway. Event, yeah. So even if they switch, they just switch places because Danny Noppert would go into 8th on the Pro Tour Order of Merit side. So they effectively just swap sides. Gary Anderson, Bagel, served, dispatched. No, so on, yeah, so you've got to just click the bit at the top that puts it all in there. Love that, buddy, love that. I think let's go for a bit of Van Veen and Borland. I like the sound of that. Borland, Borland, Borland! Dominic Grulish, 5-0 up on Daryl Pilgrim. Chris Landman has beaten Mario Van and Bo Harder. 6-4. He's not mentioned it. He's not mentioned it. But I'll tell you what, he's in front against Van Veen here, and he has just broken the Dutchman's throw. Chizzy 5-1 up on Connor Scott, and look, it's not a great game from either. So, Kev, I'm going to try and get on the back end of the afternoon. I'm flying to Aberdeen tomorrow. It's the only times that flights worked. So hopefully I'll be in the hotel for around 2:30, as long as everything goes all right. So if the internet's good, I will try and jump on once I get to the hotel. Bagel served. Dominic Grulish dispatches Daryl Pilgrim. Victor Tingstrom levels up 2-2 with Greg Ritchie. Dave Chisnell seals a 6-1 win over Connor Scott. Chisnell averaging 86.97. Scott will be disappointed, 80.23. We know Connor is better than that. Willie Borland, 8-8 for a 5-3 lead over Van Veen. (5-3) it is. Borland is in front. James Hurrell keeping it alive against Jermaine Watamina. Still trails 4-3. How are we doing, Jonathan? Afternoon, Phil. Do you think Gary will play in more ETs? Yeah, I do. I think he'll miss a couple of them, but I still think he'll play in some, yeah. It should be good internet there if they use the City Fibre. Nice, mate, nice. I'll say, once I get to the hotel, I'll do a speed test, and if it's decent or good enough to come on, I will do. Van Veen does hold, however, he's going to have to break Borland here. We're going to room service. What a leg this is from Borland. 3-140s on the spin to give him a match-winning opportunity. And he misses. Does he open the door for Van Veen? The leave isn't great either. If he comes back, 3-3 is never a gimme. Woodhouse beats Crabtree 6-4. James Hurrell levels up 4-all with Watamina. Oh my. How much will that hurt? It's an incredible finish from Raymond van Barneveld, but Willie Borland has missed 2 match darts. That will hurt. I didn't even know that Aberdeen Celtic was on tomorrow, to be fair. Some big games warming up. Peter Wright, Rapid, Ricky Evans, that'll be decent. And look, Borland was superb in that last leg. And he's kind of fallen apart. 57, 58, 90, 58, and Van Veen gets over the line. That is certainly one that got away from Willie Borland. It was there for the taking, and he couldn't. I think feature game next, we're going to go Peter Wright and Ricky Evans. I like the look of that one. Yeah, let's have a bit of Bit of snaky and rapid Ricky. Gary's warming up again, is he? Wait a minute, wait, we can, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ricky Evans. Ricky Evans. Oh. Barney beat Scott Williams, Chris. Warming up. The one, the only Flying Scotsman. Ricky Evans has broken Peter Wright, threatened a 9. But it's the breaker throw that's important. So yeah, touching on that race for the match play, it is only really Pietreczko that is in play at the moment. Doots. But even a win for Kevin Doots doesn't get him into the green. So right now, it's only Pietreczko in play. Ryan Searle beat Ryan Meikle for a place in the last 32. Victor Tingstrom has just beaten Greg Ritchie 6-2. Ben asked, do you think there should be more majors between the end of the UK Open and the match play? Yeah, we were talking about this the other day, that the calendar is lopsided, but I also understand why. Because new tour card holders don't really have the opportunity to qualify for stuff off that 1 year order of merit. So yes, I think there should be, but I also don't know what the answer is. Because if you look over time, there's probably only a handful of new tour card holders that have ever qualified for the match play in year 1. And that's sort of like halfway. So if you put more before that, how do you ensure that it's a fair qualifying period? Jermaine Watamina has beaten James Hurrell in a last leg decider. Do you know what I mean? So, yes, I do. And I would like to see things reshuffled a little bit. But it's how you then do that for the arguments I've just said. Does that kind of make sense, Ben? Yeah, 100%. It's a tricky one to navigate for that reason. I would love the PDC to do a Dutch Open, a German Open, as well as the UK. Yeah, I don't dislike it. Potentially, Matt, but then the argument will, and I don't dislike this, but I'm just playing devil's advocate here. That the argument will be that with the Slam in its current position, the new tour card holders would have the opportunity to win a Euro Tour, perhaps, or a couple of Euros. I know, however unlikely it is, but they've still got the opportunity to get that outright. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that would be the other way, is another UK Open style tournament where all the tour card holders are in it, agreed. A bit like the new Masters, that every tour card holder has the opportunity to get there. How are we doing, Fred? Good to have you in. I love that, Chris. Love that. That could work, Ben, yeah. Phil, why are there so many Euro Tours, mainly in Germany? Yeah, money. Comes down to it that they know they can fill these venues in Germany and make decent money from them. Martin Schindler is over the line. He loves the last leg decider. Today, does Shindiggity getting his money's worth. Ross Smith 4-1 up on Steve Lennon. Ricky Evans is playing beautifully here. Peter Wright very much off the pace. Would you say the Grand Slam is the hardest to qualify for? Probably yes. It's also the one that causes most controversy about the qualification as well. Look, there's parts of the Slam qualifying criteria that I don't like. I don't think the World Cup runners-up, the World Youth runner-up should be in there. I don't mind every winner being in there, but every runner-up as well. I don't mind filling spots up for the runners-up afterwards, but oh yeah, Matthew, I don't dislike the idea. James, it's the day of the underdog. Tingstrom, Lubridge and Canet all in the last day too. Yeah, going well so far, but some big presence in there as well. Gary Anderson, Ryan Searle, Dirk van Duivenbode, Ross Smith, all very, very capable. I love the UK. Yeah, but the problem is if you do that Open tournament again and again, does it detract because we all love the UK Open because we only see it once? If we do it again and again, does it change? Just what? Do you think any more PDC tournaments will be held in Ireland? The issue is venues. They can't find. Look, the City West worked brilliantly, but the issue is venues. They spent so much time trying to find somewhere in Ireland for the World Grand Prix to stay, and they just couldn't find anywhere. Who's Barney playing next? Good question. Raymond van Barneveld will play Jermaine Watamina next. Schindler for me is close to the top. Yeah, look, Schindler can play 100%. That's the issue. It's finding somewhere suitable in Ireland. And look, I love going to Ireland. Dublin's my favourite Premier League night and so on. But it's finding somewhere that can host it. Ian White 5-1 up on Andy Bolton. Wasn't Michael Smith 3k away from the match play spot after? Yeah, he was 3k, but the problem, not the problem, is yesterday Ratajski winning the event changed the landscape. Where have the ladies? Oh, they're still around, Fred. They're all still playing. Again, Jonathan, the same reason that the Hydro is brilliant for a Premier League night, but would you sell out the Hydro for 9 nights of another event? I'm not sure that you'd sell out 9 on the spin. That is an awful lot of tickets, and there's no mid-size venue to use. It's like the Hydro or nothing. So it works brilliantly for the Premier League, but not so much other events. Stefan Belmont, 2-1 up, averaging a ton on Dirk. Ricky Evans, this is to go 1 away from beating Snakebite. We've had 1-9 data, Ross Smith. Ross and Peter Wright keeping his hopes alive here. I don't think it's right that there are 2 majors in the Midlands could easily move. Again, Marcus, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but the problem is they work in those venues. It's moving them, and where do you move them to? The amount of tickets the PDC are selling for those 2 events vindicates their decision to stay there, and it's where do you move them to? It's finding venues of the same kind of size that work, not just for the fact like people just think, oh, there's a 5,000 seater venue wherever. It's not just that it's the whole infrastructure that goes with it. It's not just the playing arena. Does it have enough backstage facilities for practice room, media, production, security, and so on? Does it have enough for this? Does it have enough for that? Like the arena at Leicester now has a fan. It's not the same size as Ali Pali, but it has like a fans village in it as well, and so on. So it's all these pieces of the puzzle that work together. How are we doing, Dave? Good to have you in. Back from a Dance Cup 9-2 victory. Good stuff, mate. Well done. Peter Wright is back in this. Ricky Evans missed starts for 5-1. And now all of a sudden, this could be game on again. What happened to you on about the Euro Tour event? They just moved it from Gibraltar, no longer on the calendar. Like, again, would I like to see darts spread around? Yeah, 100%. But it's making it fit. shocking little thunderstorm out there. Anyone hear that? Tom Bizzle has beaten Reese Griffin. The Benetton Open should be a thing. Yeah, that's on at the moment, isn't it? I've gone Aspinall to win in Aberdeen, Michael to win in Sheffield. That's what I think. I think Aspinall wins Aspinall wins on Thursday, but Michael wins in Sheffield. Ricky Evans is one away. I'll tell you what, that thunderstorm might be absolutely... Yeah, we've gone from absolute bright sunshine to thunder and it absolutely pissing down. Nice. Good call. Oh, listen to that. Absolute belting thunderstorm. Yeah, loving it. Dirk averaging 106, levels it up with Belmont. After John spoke last night, he'd be 100% he would. I know he often has us on in the background. Yeah, he'd be a great players rep. Did I hear you're having a... Yeah, it's gone from bright sunshine to thunder, and the bit is absolutely lashing it down. Let's have a look at the old weather, is it? No, yeah, thunder and lightning now, then it's going to get sunny again. To be fair, JB, it's been beautiful here until the last 5 minutes, and there we go. More thunder, and it's going to be nice again within the hour. We've just got a storm come over. And Ricky Evans does beat Peter Wright. Dirk leads, he's averaging 108. This is very good from Van Duijvenbode. Let's catch the end of this one. We've got plenty in the last 32 warming up. We've played the Gary alarm. Hold your horses, everyone. I know what else you want. We've done the Gary one, so we better do this one. It's ever so strange. You know, Jamie, you know. There's a certain footy match on today. What's anything big going on in the North East, Rob? What have your results against Coventry been like this year, mate? Listen to that. Good old clap of thunder. Barney Watamina underway. Dirk, remember he was 3-1 down, but he's gone through the gears here. Five, 3, Van Duivenbode. First win at their place since 85. And then first. Decent. 2 clubs a day. Yeah, honestly, to be fair though, I do love that fresh smell after it started pissing down the rain. It's great. Pietreczko against Grulish. Big game this for Pietreczko as he tries to haul in Krzysztof Ratajski. Jermaine Watamina. Why is Gary's game? My guess is that Gary is on one of the stream boards. Would be my guess. Is it because of the hurricane? Oh, it's it's definitely wet outside. Alexander Merckx, Martin Schindler underway. Ryan Searle has taken the opener against Stephen Burton. Dirk can him win it here in one foul swoop at 78. And that's what he does from 3-1 down. He's won 5 on the spin. That's brilliant from Van Duivenbode. Jim Long 1-0 up on Victor Tingstrom. Laban averaging 103, 2-0 up on Van Veen. Yeah, Gary Anderson, Hybrex on the stream, but it's sometimes rules are there to be broken. We break them for Littler and we can break them for Gary. So, also Kevin Dukes, Tom Bizzle, Tuz Canick. It's a good run for Ricky Evans here today. Look, he's beaten Peter Wright, and now he's got a favourable tie against Ricky Evans. Against Tuz Canick, sorry. It's not too bad. All good, Daniel. All good. Danny Knopp at 3-1 up on Nathan Rafferty. Yeah, you tell him, Malachi. If you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like. And of course, subscribe. Good stuff, Ross. Good stuff. I say, if you are new here, make sure that you drop us a like and subscribe. Turn those notifications on. We've got some really good interviews coming out over the next couple of days as well to keep you all occupied. Some really, really good ones. The rockstar Joe Cullen never disappoints. Stevie B's take on the Premier League. And of course, mighty Michael van Gerwen. This is vintage Anderson here. So that thunderstorm's incredible as well. Anderson broke in the opener. Then he's gone 140, 134, 140. Potential 11 dart hold from Gando. Oh, Gary, 11 darter. Safe to say, Kim Hybrex is up against it. Kim's playing really well here. He's running into one. Barney levels it up. 2-2 with Jermaine Watamina. Good stuff, Ross. Good stuff. Thank you very much. I just bought my first set of darts and they've got Gary Anderson's name. Good stuff. Everyone loves a bit of Gary. Jim Long 2-1 up on Victor Tingstrom. Good run from him so far today. The gentleman. Suppose I've said. Still going on. This is a proper thunderstorm. Like Kim Hybrex holds, and look, he's playing well here, Kim. Unfortunately, so is Gary. Update the results on screen for you. There we go, round 2 is now up. Yeah, Gary is on fire. When you say on 202, I don't get why commentators moan if you don't start 18s, because you get 2 trebles. It's one way of looking at it. I guess it's just preference. Which venue will be most affected by a storm? Oh, there's a question. I love the Winter Gardens, but where it's so old, there's got to be a leak in there. If there was a torrential downpour, I'm sure we'd spring a leak somewhere in the magical Winter Gardens. I don't mind Kim. Kim's always been really good with me in interviews and stuff. So yeah, no issue. I like him. In Italy, the weather is very bad. Lots of thunderstorms. Whereabouts in Italy, Fred? Oh yeah, if Dukes wins today, then we get carnage. We manifest chaos. Luke Woodhouse takes the opener against Joe Cullen. The German giant Gabriel Clemens. We complimented Chizzy. He played well yesterday. Stuttering along today. Gary is on streamboard number 1. If you hit 20 with your first start on 202, can you even leave? So 302 takes you to 28. No, you can't. Where if you hit a single 18, you can still leave a finish, Rob, can't you? Because you can go treble 18, treble 20. So that's why you don't. That's why you should start on 18s. Yeah. So that was the question, Dal. So that's why, where if you hit single 20 first start, you cannot leave a finish. If you hit single 18 first start, you can still leave 170 by going treble 18, treble 20. Anderson averaging north of 115 at the moment. Danny Nopper 1 away from beating Nathan Rafferty. Labanauskas, old Laban, is 5-2 up, averaging a ton against Van Veen. Woodhouse doubles his advantage, 2-0 up on Joe Cullen. Ross Smith, Pelo Lubitsch just getting underway. Dominic Grulish is 5-0 up on Ricardo Pietrezco, and this will be a damaging defeat. But Grulish has been superb. I'm sure. Let me just check my notes. Yeah, it will be back-to-back 6-0s because he beat Pilgrim 6-0 in the last 64. Barney in front against Watamina. Ah, fair enough, mate. Fez. I thought you were away or something like that. I can hear the cars driving past. There's a lot of rain out there now. Ryan Searle, 6-1 demolition job of Stephen Burton. Yeah, 100% he has potential. Oh, look, yeah, Gary's looking absolutely mint. Look, Kim Hybrax has played well here, and he's had his backside battered. Tricole Van Dyvenbode warming up. You would imagine Dirk's scoring power would be too much. $71 for Anderson to complete a demolition job of Hybrax. Incredible. Stunning from Anderson. Averages 111. Oh, Gary. The Flying Scotsman is in the mood. Where are we going from here? We have had. Let's have a bit of dupes. There it is. to be fair, Kim Hybrex is stood behind Gary, and you can see the iPad, that the averages are on the iPad. Kim Hybrex is just like, what can you do? Do you think when players are 5-0 down, they're just thinking, don't get bageled? Yeah, look, no one wants to lose to nil. And look, comebacks have to start somewhere. So you're thinking, right, don't lose 6-0, get a leg. Okay, get another, and then it kind of spirals from there. But this is good from Doots, averaging 97. Luke Woodhouse 3-0 up on Joe Cullen. Where does Doots There It Is come from? It was the crowd in Holland was singing Doots There It Is, Doots There It Is. So the crowd was singing it. I think it was Dan Dawson that picked up on it, and it's just kind of stuck from there. It says Doots There It Is. Imagine if Gary never started playing darts by accident. Oh, could you imagine? Oh. It would have been a disaster. Clements 4-1 up on Chisnall. Tom Bizzle has a leg on the board. Where did the crowd get the... Oh, I've got no idea, but it is brilliant. And the fact that Callum was laughing along to it as well. It was funny because the Sky producer or whoever didn't notice it, and it was just going out for ages. You could clear... Yeah, 100% Rob. Jim Long, it's a big victory for the gentleman. 6-2 win over Victor Tingstrom. He moves into the last 16. Canadian representative. Yeah, anyone that chant should be... Blah. My favourite chant. Oh. Oh, some of the football chants aren't repeatable. Barney, a 6-4 winner over Jermaine Watamina. Look, it wasn't a great game, but Barney's won, so he won't care. He is doing his hopes of the world match play the world of good, because he had been on the slide. He now jumps Daryl Gurney. Daryl Gurney bumps down to 14th. But it's only Doots that can make significant ground now. So on the edge, just outside the green, you've got Ricardo Pietrezco, Michael Smith, Martin Newcombe, Neil Zonneveld. They're the biggest dangers you would say, but I know he lost second round today, but it's been a great block for Ratajski. It's been a very good day for Barney because, like I said, the last couple of Pro Tours, there were questions beginning to ask. At one point, he was in 15th, which is getting a little bit too close to that trapdoor, just looking at it or where it would have been now, but a win here, the wins here, he's bumped himself back up to 16th, and look, he's still in. So it's been a very, very good day so far for Raymond van Barneveld. No Euro Tour this week. Euro Tour next weekend. So this weekend I get to go out and get some lovely content for all you people. And then we're back streaming next week for the Euro Tour. Ross Smith 3-0 up on Perlo Lubitsch. Not sure he's going to be at the exhibitions, Malachi. As it stands right now, has Chizzy lost? Just checking. Let's surmise Dave Chisnell loses here from 5-2. Gary. Without looking at it too deep, with the if he plays some of the Euro Tours and so on, Gary could provisionally get as high as 8 or 9. Look, at the moment he's 13th, but he could get as high as 8 or 9 if he keeps winning. Yes, we've got interviews coming out this week with MVG, Steve Beaton and Joe Cullen. All good ones as well. And Clements has beaten Chisnell. I like most sports, Fred. I love boxing, football, cricket. Chris Landman, 5-3 up on Ian White. I'll be in Holland next week. Good stuff, Ross. Good stuff. Rosmalen, the destination. He's due to be there, yes. And that's why Kevin Dutz has beaten Tom Bizzle 6-2. Good result for Kevin Dutz. And this is what I was saying, that at the moment, he's under 30 grand off of Aspinall in 8th. That's a Euro Tour win without anything else. He could half that to 15 today. We WhatsApped last night. I'm going to call him tomorrow when he's home and finally pin it down. Because just recently, when I've been here, he's been away and vice versa. Let's catch the end of the Cullen game. Can Joe keep this one alive? Like we were saying the other day, that there's a real possibility with some good runs on TV, Gary could easily be back in the top 4 soon. It's not beyond the realms. Ian White has a leg back against Landman. Who does Gary play next? Good question. So, Gary will play Ricky Evans. That'll be played at a nice pace. Yeah, he doesn't, but look, he's done what he needed to do. He was in danger of dropping out that 16 for a brief period, but now he won the Euro Tour. But look, there's certainly ones that he will miss, like Kiel and things like that. I'm convinced of that. Brendan Dolan returning to a bit of form here. 5-1 up on Madas Razma, averaging nearly 96. Very, very good. Dirk van Duivenbode, 3-0 to the good. Chicago was one of those players for me that will never... I wouldn't say making up the numbers. I'd say I think he's a better player than that. Look, do I think he has the game to gate crash the top 16? No, not at the moment. But I thought year one on tour, he was very good. Impressively good for year one on tour. Where is he? So yeah, for the first part on tour, he's earned 72,500. I think that's better than making up the numbers. Personally. Dirk 4-0 up now on Tricol. I'm not saying he's ever going to gate crash the top 32 or whatever, but I think he can happily live between 48 and 32. Tricol is a decent player. Yeah, I think so. I think he's solid without being spectacular. If Gary would have won all 5 of the World Finals. Oh yeah, look. So that's why I hold Gary in such high regard. It's not just what he's won. Getting to 3 World Finals in a row is incredible. Winning 2 of them back to back, getting to another one. It only took a very special performance from MVG to beat him as well. When I say making numbers, I don't mean hold on. Yeah, but the issue is that top 64 is the holy grail that not everyone can stay in there. Dirk, is he going to serve the bagel Just going about his business here. It's not been spectacular, but he's still averaging 95. Ross Smith 4-2 up on Polo Ljubic. Now one away, but all of Dolan, Van Dijvenbode and Ross Smith all a potential leg away from victory. But this is good from Trakol. That he shouldn't get bageled from here. 180 will help. So 94 for Trakol. I said he shouldn't get bageled, but he may do because Dirk put on a little spurt. It's good from Dirk. Very good indeed. Now you could say that about a lot of people though. When if you look at the rankings, that you say he's not good enough against the top players, which look results suggest that. I'm not arguing that, but people in and around him on the rankings, you've got Mensur Suljovic, Robert Owen, Alan Suter, Nick Kenny, Ian White. Are they just making up the numbers when? Some of them have been to work. Some of them have been to quarterfinals of TV majors and so on. I haven't seen it. It come up on my feed. I just haven't had a chance to watch it yet, James. And 120 from Smudger goes. He beats Polo Ljubic. Oh, 100%, Rob. Look, do I think he'd win everything like he did? No. But would he still win titles? Yeah, 100%. So, the last 32 is in the ledger. The last 16 games will be as follows. Gabriel Clements against Raymond van Barneveld. Kevin Dutz, there it is, against Dominic Grulish. Brendan Dolan will take on Jim Long. Darius Labanauskas will take on the Aubergenius Dirk van Dijvenbode. Bottom half of the draw, it is Martin Schindler against Luke Woodhouse, Gary Anderson against Ricky Evans, Ross Smith against Chris Landman, and Ryan Searle against Danny Noppert. Don't know the stream games yet. Yeah, Dal, I've got no problem with not rating him because there are players that I don't rate, but I don't agree with the comment of making up the numbers when he's in and around good company. Do you know what I mean? And look, everyone has a different opinion on sport, and that's why I love it. No one is right, no one is wrong. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion. But you're not thinking he's good. You don't rate him. That's fine. But I don't agree with the bit about not making up the numbers when you look at the players that are in and around him on the rankings. Right. Last 16 should be a cracker. No, Van Veen is out. He lost to Labanauskas. Labanauskas averaged 99. Yeah, look, it's been there's been a few upsets, K-Days, yeah, 100%. We could have a double alarm final if we could. We just update. The text, so you get the round 3 results on screen. Here we go, round 3 results are up. We'll see what the stream games are first of all, and we'll see which ones get underway first as well. None are warming up as of yet, so just sorting all out. If you haven't yet, now would be a great time to drop us a like and subscribe. As always. So if you're new here, we are Online Darts, your ultimate darts destination. Got some great interviews coming out. Suppose we could go back-to-back alarms to get ready. So, both are in the last 16. Both nice for you. Phil, what's the biggest Spurs game you went to? Oh, League Cup. The League Cup is up there. In terms of an atmosphere, when we beat Real Madrid at Wembley was up there. The last game at the Lane was was one I'll never forget. How many? I think after this, there's 8, I think. Yeah, look, Ratajski winning yesterday completely changed the landscape for Michael Smith. So, last 16. Who's your favourite to win it from here? Gary's 1 win. Yeah, I said that he's getting close, isn't he? Gary's my favourite. So, yeah, if you're pricing it up, I think he'd be favourite as well. I think he was favourite before a dart was thrown. Daniel, the date for the match play has been out since September last year. Yeah, I think Gary would be favourite. I'd just like to say that both my picks are still in. That if I've got a Dirk and Gary final, I'll be very happy. Have they put on PDC Twitter yet what the stream games are? I say Noppert for the title. So, right, the stream games are as follows. Stream 1, Ryan Searle, Danny Noppert. Stream board 2, Gabriel Clemens, Raymond van Barneveld. Stream board 3, Gary Anderson, Ricky Evans. Stream board 4, Martin Schindler against Luke Woodhouse. Funny enough, all those ones that are warming up, the officials are in the booth. They are ready. Was it 17? We knew he missed a load. I didn't realise it was 17. To be fair, the Pro Tours are actually very, very unglamorous. It's very basic. Like tables, chairs. They did, Rob, yeah. lucky. I've been to some really good games. I was lucky enough to be in Paris for Bex's 100 cap for England as well. That was cool. So, all the games warming up now. I see an interview with Gary would reconsider not going in the Premier League. Under the current format, I don't see it happening. If the format were to change, I think he could be swayed, but not under the current format. So, all the games are warming up now. Fingers crossed they will pull the trigger any minute. No, MVG didn't play today. And Brutish Doots is underway. Right, let's do this. Again, Barney into the last 16. Good day for him so far. Humphreys and Littler play all the Pro Tours there in England. It'd be interesting to see. I can probably have a guess that they won't be. During this busy time of the year, I don't expect to see them an awful lot. But we are underway. Ricky Evans, that maximum has helped him in leg one here. 60 just opens the door for Anderson. That's Barney all over. He'll settle down, he'll be alright. Anderson is going to get darts to break here in leg one. Misses 3 at tops. Interesting, Gary. But Evans can't punish. And look, you've done well to get chances against Gary, but passing them up on your own throw is not something to be recommended, Ricky. Who do you think wins the Prem, Luke or Luke? Luke Woodhouse 1-0 up on Shin Diggity. Doots, there it is, 1-0 up on Grulish as well. Barney does take the opener against Clemens. Ricky, I get that's a slip. I would presume that he's gone into the treble 5 last to leave a bogey number as Gary Anderson punishes 2-0 to the Flying Scotsman. Ryan Searle 1-0 up on Danny Noppert. Others jumping into life now as well. Woodhouse 1 up. Dukes doubles his advantage. Ricky just needs this to settle down here. But if this goes, then it's chaos. Doesn't go, so Rapid Ricky, you feel this has to go. Schindler levels up with Woodhouse 1-1. And Ricky Evans does take that. He'll need that just as a little settler. Just to remind Gary as well that I'm still in this. All bar 1 are underway and waiting for Dirk and Labanauskas. Laban. Noppert levels up with Ryan Searle on stream board number 1. Jim Long's a really nice guy. It's a great run from him today. Like, he's got a wily old character in Brendan Dolan though. This will be a tough one. Dolan just seems to have picked up again recently, and all games now underway. Ricky would like a 140 or something along those lines, just to give Gary a couple of things to think about. There's an opening here on the Anderson throw. Can Ricky ask the questions? Not really. He'll be disappointed. Because then Anderson does that to set it all up. If Anderson holds here, there's been a missed opportunity for Ricky Evans. But he's asked the question. Lee's 58. Luke Woodhouse back in front against Schindler 2-1. Chris Lamman takes the opener against Ross Smith. Gary does miss and gives Evans the break back opportunity. And he hits 2-2. Level game again. Anderson misses. Evans hits. And then kicks off with a maximum of his own. Ricky Evans has awoken. Could have been 3-1 down after 4. Now he's favourite. Clemens is in front against Barney, the German giant. 2-1 to the good. Dolan takes the opener against Jim Long. Gary with a maximum of his own, but he probably needs to back that up with another big visit. The 45 at the beginning of the leg did him no favours, and that 85 doesn't either, because it doesn't get him to a finish. So Ricky Evans has 6, and he just tees up tops. Dirk van Dijvenbode takes the opener against Labanauskas, 1-0 to the Ober Genius. So Evans to lead this contest for the first time. And this would be 3 legs on the spin for Rapid Ricky Evans. And it goes 3-2. Ricky, remember, he's done the hard work. He's broke back. I'm still not a fan of that Ricky Evans shirt either. Danny Knopp at 2-2 with Ryan Searle. Kevin Doots running away with it against Dominic Grulish 3-0. Remember, Doots could really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Gary's in trouble here. Ricky Evans has started to turn the screw. He's taken the darts here. Only a maximum hurts Ricky Evans. 140 doesn't do enough damage. Yes, it gets him to a finish, but Ricky Evans can leave this 207 ridiculously handy, but that's a slip. That opens the door. Back-to-back troublous visits when Ricky Evans had the Anderson throw under the cosh. That he can redeem it. And doesn't. So double 12 for 3-3. And we are level. Ricky Evans will feel that he's let Gary off there. 60, 58, 41. Didn't apply the pressure. Dirk van Duivenbode 2-0 up on Darius Labanauskas. Kevin Doots 4-0 up on Dominic Grulish. Clemens 3-1 up on Barney. Schindler, Woodhouse 2-2. Landman leads Smith. Noppert in front against Searle. Brendan Dolan doubles his advantage. 2-0 up on Jim Long. The big fish left from Ricky Evans. But Gary Anderson is on a potential 10-darter if Ricky Evans misses. He does. Gary Anderson, please say 51. So he's gone for the... I don't think he will. Gary Anderson has missed 2 darts to break. Ricky Evans. Now, scrambles the 74 away. Missed opportunity from Anderson. Ricky Evans punishes around the other boards. Dolan 2-0 up on Long. Van Duivenbode beating Laban. Chris Landman, despite an absolute chasm in the averages, leads Ross Smith 2-1. Noppert leads Searle 3-2. Gabriel Clemens 3-1 up on Raymond van Barneveld. Ross Smith does level it up. There's still over 21... Still about 20 points differences in the averages. Woodhouse level with Schindler 3-3. Our feature game, it's intriguing. They're both having spells at the moment when they're on. Evans is going to get a look at this 1-4-4 for 5-3. This would be huge. Doesn't go. So Anderson 47 for a level game, 4-all. Dominic Grulish has a leg on the board against Kevin Doots, 4-1. The Dutchman leads though. And we are level at 4 apiece. Maximum for Evans. And Jim Long has a leg back on the board against Brendan Dolan. 2-1 though, the history maker leads. How are we doing, Mark? Good to have you in, buddy. Pleasure as always. Welcome along, one and all. Chat room nice and busy. Loads of you watching. Ricky Evans is playing really well. He's being forced to. Gary Anderson averaging 102. He's forcing rapid Ricky Evans into this. 180, 140, 140 to leave 41 after 9. Potential 11 dart hold of throw here for Ricky Evans. Anderson not on a finish. Ryan Searle has won back-to-back legs. He puts his average over the 102 mark. He's back in front against Danny Noppert. Ricky Evans is on the hill, one away from Gary Anderson, but we've seen Anderson be here before. Mark, not yet. If I'm being honest, I don't know if I want it to happen, but we can't make it work at the moment. Is the honest answer. Look, we want it to happen, but someone offered to kind of do it for us, but it was working out like 80 quid a hoodie. There's no way I'm making anyone pay 80 quid for a hoodie, not a chance. Look, I've designed a load of it, but we just can't get it to work. Anderson leaves 70. No, we knew Smith got a 9 earlier. We didn't have it on live because at that point there was games galore going on, but Anderson has missed. What away for Ricky Evans. Oh, he's had a second. If he's had a second, then yeah, because again, there's so much going on. When you got one pair of eyes, last leg shootout. I need to do another. Both have had a chance. Yeah, Rob, we had. I'm not going to lie, Dan. I'm not throwing him under the bus. Dan was working and trying to set one up, but I don't know what happened to it. Or that's the thing. We need something just to right. You guys click on it. They send it out because we just haven't got any room to store any kind of stock. Now, Ricky Evans, 87 to win the decider. He's giving Anderson a look at 116. But Anderson made a mess of it. Ricky Evans, your chances now. Ooh, last dart in hand, that will hurt. Gary Anderson, he'll thought he may come back. Let's get the end. How are we doing, Ken? Good to have you in, my friend. Barney, can he do the hinks to save himself? 127 in game is not going to go. All right. And Clemens wins it. Right, can we have a game? I need to do a social post. Stop winning games. Joking. Dirk running right at 5-0 up on Laban. Yeah, Ross Smith is going wild. I'm trying to post on social as well as keep an eye on results. Ryan Searle, this would be some way to win it. How are we doing, Jack? Good to have you in, buddy. I'm not ignoring people. I'm just trying to do the social post for the 9 data. That's that one. Right, sorry, where were we? I've been to Bilbao before, Jack, but the prices are astronomical, mate. Look, I could probably find myself a ticket, but it's just the cost is obscene. It's not even the ticket prices, it's the hotel and flight costs. It's absurd. Oh, like ridiculous. Like the night of the game, they're asking like £2,500 a night. Any matches tomorrow? There is the Euro Tour qualifiers tomorrow. Oh, Ryan Searle was bust 79 and paid the price as Danny Noppert edges out heavy metal. I might have timed that wrong. Ross Smith to win it. At least you see the winner. I said Dirk or Gary at the start, so Dirk's still in, so I'm not going to change my mind. Ooh, and Ross Smith does get over the line. Have you booked a hotel yet, Rob? Just in, like on free cancellation? Looks like it's coming to an end for Jim Long, but it's been a fabulous run for the gentleman. 93 for Dolan. And there we have it. Brendan Dolan does seal victory. So I was going to ask this question. Anyway, look, Ricky Evans, fabulous performance to beat Gary Anderson. But when you take out the favourite and the very much the in-form man, if you then don't go on and win the tournament, do you kind of look at it as a disappointment? Or are you just pleased that you've beaten Gary and on to the next one? I've not put anything, don't want to jinx Fez. Only a couple of bits on Social Jack. I didn't see anything really. Please being. In fact, that's it's an interesting mindset, John. Just interesting to see what people think. Whether you're buzzing that you've beaten him, or then the fact that you've beaten him and don't go on to win the tournament. But we do have a quarter-final lineup, and it will be Gabriel Clemens against Kevin Dukes, Brendan Dolan against Dirk van Dijvenbode, Luke Woodhouse against Ricky Evans, Ross Smith against Danny Noppert. Yeah, I saw the 9 dart shootout highlights on X, Twitter, whatever I'm calling it. But yeah, I saw it. It looked fun. That John O'Shea was talking about it last night, and that it was good. So yeah, quarter-final lineup is looking good. Is it still raining out? Sun was supposed to be out, right? So, we all said Gary was favourite going into that. Who's favourite now? Dirk? Oh, look, everyone would love to see Ricky Evans win a Pro Tour, wouldn't they? He's been close so many times. Duke's not at final, going for Noppert favourite, interesting. Ross Smith, Danny Noppert warming up. Yeah, Ross Smith, look, 2-9 darters today. He is on fire, I agree. Woodhouse, low-key dark horse. Oh, I hadn't looked at that. Can he catch him? Oh, wait a minute. Need to get the old darts rankings up. World Cup race. No, you're fine. He can't make up. He can't make up that ground. Remember, everyone, if you are new here, come and say hi in the chat room. The best chat room in darts. And if you haven't yet, drop us a like, please. And, of course, subscribe to the channel. Dirk is the best player in the... he is playing very well. I wouldn't have him as the best player in the world. I'd certainly say he is playing well, but not the best in the world for me. What happened yesterday, Phil, with Williams? Not that... Which Williams? Not that I... Not that... Well, I haven't heard anything, no. I haven't seen anything. So 3 of the 4 warming up. Shouldn't be too long, folks. Oh no, they against Matt Campbell. No, they were just having a laugh. Cool, good start. Yeah, he just because he kept missing, he just gave the board the middle finger. Yeah, look, it's a great run from Rapid Ricky today, and look, we're all hoping that that win is coming along. Update the old text. There you go, last 16 results now in as well. 100% Ricky can win. like it is on the good side of the bracket for the final. Yeah, look, he's lost in, I think, at least two Pro Tour finals. Right, fingers crossed. Shouldn't be 4 players than 2. I knew he'd lost in a few. Right, all 4 now warming up, so shouldn't be too long. You reckon Adam Lipscomb has potential to win a Pro... Oh, he's got to a Pro Tour final, so the potential is obviously there, 100%. So fingers crossed, we'll have some pictures on the stream in a second. Yeah, I agree. I wasn't sure he had enough, but he's been superb since getting it. Right, 2 are ready to go. I think Ross Smith, Danny Noppert to start with. There we go. Yeah, 100% Dale. He's been stunning, hasn't he, since getting that card. Are they keeping Goodison open, Rob? How we doing, Scamp? Good to have you in, my friend. Interesting. Ross Smith leaves tops. For a 1-0 lead in the quarterfinals. He will return. Well, it's not the best of leaves. Yeah, he's been brilliant today, Smudger. Yeah, my bad. I thought they were knocking Goodison down, but fairs. Ross Smith leads 1-0. Adds Kevin Dukes against Gabriel Clemens. Enjoy tonight, Rob. Enjoy it. Whatever happens, enjoy it. Lipscomb lost in round 1 today, I think. But look, overall, he's had an incredible start to life on tour. So Evans Woodhouse also underway. Evans missing a couple of darts there to lead. Dirk Brendan again. The pace certainly won't suit Dirk in this game. And Evans will be kicking himself. He's now missed 2 visits to the board, and Woodhouse punishes. It's been a poor first leg. Will Michael Smith get to the match play? I've been saying yes, yes all this time, but this weekend may have, or this week here may have changed my opinion. I think Ratajski winning changed the landscape. Right, look, I'd love and want nothing more than to see Michael Smith at the World Match Play, but it's going to be difficult. I'd love him to. Would absolutely love him to. Danny Noppert cannot be giving Ross Smith chances like that. Ricky Evans won't want to undo all that good work. Beating Gary Anderson will not want to fall here. Woodhouse doubles his advantage. Rapid Ricky. Where's the performance from 10 minutes ago? Yeah, Jay, the only thing with the race for Minehead, I agree that that's not a good drop, but at least it's you taking your breaks early. At least he's not 61st with a 1 to go or something like that. Still has time to recover, but yeah, I get it. It's not great at MVG, not at Minehead at the moment. How did Searle bust it? Quite easily, where he could, like, if he's gone treble 19 to leave double 11, hits the treble 19, he could have gone north into treble 14, or come inside the 11, tried to hit a 3 and hit a 19 or something like that. Ross Smith running away with this at the moment. playing beautifully. 3-0 to the good. Clemens 3-1 up on Doots. Woodhouse. Evans just looks agitated on the stream. Doesn't that smile's gone. Look, missing doubles, but does get that leg in the end. Again, I wonder is that adrenaline dump hit him after beating Gary Anderson. $4-0 Smudger. Yeah, it's not been glittering. It's just enough to beat what's in front of him. Yeah, the pace of the Dolan game is yes, Scamp will be at the match play. Get there on the Friday. Woodhouse 3-1 up on Rapid Ricky. Love that, buddy, love that. How we doing, Hendy? Hope you're good. I don't know. They're laughing and joking. Yeah, he pulled out last night, Johnny, I think. Dukes levels up 3-3. This Dolan dirt game is taking forever. Ricky Evans just keeping tabs with Woodhouse. Remember, this goes back to leg one Ricky missed 5 darts. And since then, is not really settled. Dolan in front against Van Duijvenbode, only heading into leg 4 as Ross Smith looking like he's going to get this done to nil. Bagel about to be served. Bagel served. Dispatched. Let's go to Rapid Ricky. Can he get himself back into this? Doots leads Clemens. Remember, he's the one that can throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Is there a reason Dimmy is rubbish? Look, some players just don't like that sterile environment. And it is very, very sterile. There's not a lot going on. Do I think Dimmy will play in the World Cup? I don't know, is the honest answer. Ricky Evans does finally get level, but then kicks off. Trebleless. Brendan Dolan, 3-1 up on Dirk van Duijvenbode. And again, you can see that Dirk is not... Look, by the way, Brendan's doing nothing wrong. He's playing to his usual pace. But you can see that Dirk is not enjoying it. Clemens levels up with Doots for all. I don't know if they don't get on, but certainly when it was... No, look, they've had issues before, yeah. No one really knows Scamp. He's just... there's been no real information. Ricky Evans. This needs to go, you feel. He spent so much time chasing, getting back into this one, and he does lead. He needs that. It would have been a disaster getting back into it and then passing up the opportunity. But can Ricky compose himself? There's a potential dance date with Ross Smith in the semi-final. Dolan 4-1 up now on Van Duijvenbode. Every year Dolan finds a run from somewhere. Clemens is within 1 of beating Doots. Good game this, gone under the radar a little bit. Very much gone under the radar. Oh, that's a brilliant finish from Woodhouse. The 139 to make it 4-all. Little bit of class there from Woody. But Evans still has the darts here. All these games coming towards a conclusion. But a big visit here from Woodhouse has the Evans darts under pressure. Ricky Evans needs 140 minimum. That's not enough. This is now a break chance for Luke Woodhouse. More than that, leaves 94. Ricky Evans is right up against it. Gabriel Clements has beaten Kevin Doots. Doots is not going to gate crash the match play party this time around. And Woodhouse has has broken Evans. Ricky Evans will now have to win 2 on the spin and break straight back. Dolan 5-1 up on Dirk. The wheels have come off the Aubergenius. Maximum though for Ricky, not done yet. Big moments here. Ricky Evans, that 58, I was about to say, does it give Woodhouse a chance? But now Ricky Evans has 6 darts. Evans will be disappointed. 58, 60, 64. That's the issue if this 102 goes. Dirk has a leg back, but still a long way back. Oh, and it does. It comes back to bite Ricky Evans. Those 2 visits, the 60 and the 64, let Woodhouse back in to the leg. And ultimately, the match. How are we doing, Dixie? Good to have you in. Now, this would be some comeback from here as well. The radar just not working for Dirk at the moment. The pace, not a good thing for him. So, match starts for Dolan. This one's still alive. Dolan misses. Can Dirk turn this one around? Very lucky to still be alive. No, I'm just sorting out some bits for Aberdeen. Some extra content. Thunder's still rumbling on. No, some extra interviews while I'm up there. .80 left. Will he get a go? Or can Dolan put those mismatched darts behind him and take out the 129? He can't, so Dirk to get within one. This would make it very, very interesting. Two darts missed. Now it's down to Dolan to win it here. Should get at least a dart at the ball. That's the bare minimum from here. Dolan seals victory over Dirk van Dijvenbode. So, we have a semi-final lineup. It will be Gabriel Clemens against Brendan Dolan, Luke Woodhouse against Ross Smith. An interesting lineup. Love that, Joe, love that. To be fair, look, and by the way, like I said earlier, no one's Dolan's played at his own pace, which he always does, but that would have been hard for Dirk to play at that pace. So, who are you thinking from here? Ross Smith, the overwhelming favourite? Or do one of the other three gate crash the party here? Yeah. So, the quarterfinal results in full. Gabriel Clements, 6-4 winner over Kevin Dukes. Brendan Dolan, 6-3 winner over Dirk van Duivenbode. Luke Woodhouse, 6-4 over Ricky Evans. And Ross Smith bageled Danny Noppert 6-0. I'll take Luke the third. I like that. Well, Christ. One of the markers is keen. They've already pressed the warming up button. Either that, everyone's had enough and just wants to get home. We all love Luke. Doesn't matter which one it is. Yeah, the Luke will be Luke. So, fingers crossed, if they've gone early with this, or hopefully they're not hanging around. So, interesting. An intriguing lineup. Not sure many would have. I think Ross Smith would have been in people's thoughts and equations, but I'm not sure the others perhaps would have been. Look, Ross Smith, 2-9 darters today. He's been sensational. Can he add the title to the resume? So, let's update the results as we get. Updated the text for you all. Celebrate with a Saturday. So we will get both up on screen as always. Yeah, eight events, James, correct. 5-player championships, 3 Euro tours, 8 attempts at ranking money. Ranking points for Blackpool. Oh, it's a good shout, James. Let's have a quick look. Match play one. I want the World Championship race. Dolan's Dolan's well inside. He was inside anyway, but yeah, Clemens was outside and he is now in. Some big names just outside at the moment. Sounds decent, Scott. Sounds decent. I like that. Let's get on with things then. Hills are easy, not. Oh, I remember, yeah, pedaling like hell back in the day. Right, let's get this show on the road then. We've got 2 games now, so I can close 2 tabs on me laptop. Come on, they've had their 5 minutes now. Let's get this show on the road. I do love Brendan to bits, but having him in the semi-finals is not a good thing for time restraints. Phil, do you think Barneveld will ever win anything again? Look, we've seen glimpses from Barney. Look, he can obviously still produce a very good level, but it's doing it consistently enough. Now, can he still win Pro Tours and so on? Yeah, 100%. But can he be consistent enough, often enough on TV? I don't know about that. One-off games, he can still produce. We've seen that. I'm not sure those levels of consistency are there. Look, we still know that he can produce, but like we've seen him produce a good game in a TV tournament and then come back the next day and not be at the same level. That's the difference between the very, very best. They come back time after time after time. Would you say Watamina and up for the match play? Let's have a look. What do I think for the match? I think Watamina is definitely safe. I think Raymond is almost safe, James. I don't. The thing that he's got is I don't see 4 people overtaking him, or 5 to knock him out. So I think maybe even Raymond, almost. Sorry, just to check that there are. Ruben, that doesn't make... I'm not quite sure what you mean, mate. Right. So... I want... that one... I want... that one there, and I will just sort this out by clicking that one. There we go. Oh, so yeah, 2 years on your. So there's a 1 year order of merit and a 2 year. The 1 year is rolling, but yes, they do stay on the other one for. Yeah, the Pro Tour ranking is 1 year, but it also stays on your main order of merit for 2. So, semi-final time, Gabriel Clemens takes the opener against Brendan Dolan. Hold a throw for the German giant. Ross Smith is asking questions. Of the Woodhouse throw in leg 1. He's missed an opportunity, Woodhouse, to survive and hold. But he's missed as well, so Smudger returns for leg 1 in the ledger. And it is 1-0, break of throw. Ross Smith leads. Brendan Dolan is just let Clemens in with that visit of 43. Brendan Dolan will need to leave this handy. That will do, unless Clemens takes this out. 167 for the German giant. He leaves it very handy indeed. Piles the pressure early on Dolan. Oh, that's magical from Brendan Dolan. The 1-2-4. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from the history maker. Woodhouse. He's not in a great place at the moment. Staring 2-0 down the barrel. I think we're back to 43.1, I think. .76 for a 2-0 lead for Ross Smith. In the blink of an eye, a smudger going to put daylight between himself and Woodhouse. He is 2-0. Woody up against it. I like the look of Dolan's new darts. They look very nice. Clemens, 72. For a 2-1 advantage. Can't take it. So Dolan, who took out 1-2-4, can he add a cheeky little 97 to the equation? He can't, and Ross Smith, again, is piling the pressure on here. 3 double treble visits in a row. And he's asking the question of Woodhouse here again. Dolan looking at tops for a break himself after Clemens missed. Big moments in both games here. Double break of throw. Ross Smith 3-0 to the good. Brendan Dolan also breaks Clemens. Dolan is just hoovering up the opportunities. Every time Clemens misses, Dolan is there. There's almost 10 points difference in the averages between Clemens and Dolan. Ross Smith, on the other hand, is averaging 102 to Woodhouse's 83. Big moments here. You feel that Woodhouse has to break back here. 4-0 is a huge mountain to climb. Maybe too big. The relentless scoring pressure of Ross Smith here. And it is relentless. But Woodhouse back-to-back 140s keeps him in it. Oh, this has been incredible from Dolan. That he's forcing Clemens to take out 1-2-1. For an instant break back. Dolan sat on tops. Clemens can't, so Dolan for a 3-1 lead. $71 for 4-0 for Ross Smith. Luke Woodhouse is sat on double 10 if he gets a go. And he does the first time Ross Smith has given Luke Woodhouse an opportunity. Dolan 3-1 to the good. Not till July the 13th, I think, Eggy. 8 events to go. Ross Smith, Luke Woodhouse, that could be all she wrote. Ross Smith. Dolan, this could be the perfect red pen leg. The kids of today will never understand if this 101 goes. Oh, it's what we all craved. The perfect red pen leg. Clemens back in this, but he still has to break. Ross Smith is going through the gears here. He's 2 away from victory. This could be a bagel. At the moment, Woodhouse just not scoring heavy enough in a race to 7 here. This would be a long, long way back. He is, and look, I go back to, he had the dart to go, we had darts to go 3-1, couldn't hit, and since then, it's been all one-way traffic. Dolan leaving the old 162, I like it. So 87 for Ross Smith. Dolan looking at double 16 in his game. Ross Smith doesn't hit, but in no danger. Dolan hits in his 4-2. Either one of these finds something. The comeback trail, look, it's almost looking impossible. (6-0). Now it's just a case of not being bageled. Maximum for Smudger. He's already hit, I was going to say, he's already hit 2 today. This could be all she wrote if this is big. He's on for a 10 darter and a 7-0 demolition job. Clemens takes out 108. Brilliant from Ross Smith. Absolutely brilliant. It's a 7-0 demolition job. Smudger is on a mission. 2 9-darters today into the final. He is taking no prisoners. 105 average. Just delightful. Now all eyes are on Dolan and Clemens. To be fair, Woodhouse knows that Smudger's played well there as well. He's no complaints. But is this the breakback opportunity for Gabriel Clemens? This would be a moment of genius from Dolan. And he's missed the ball. Clemens. 2 break back. Tops needed. Oh, and he's passed up the opportunity. He carved the chance himself. The scoring was incredible. But has he just let Dolan off the hook? Five, 3, Clemens, missed chance. But now Ross Smith awaits the winner of this. major final, and we know. Yeah, look, 100. I think that he ticks a lot of boxes. James, I agree. I don't think would be a million miles away. And when we look at the potential, where are we? Tour card race. He's provisional world number 5. This is without a run on TV as well, by the way. So, yeah, he's certainly in the equation. He'd have to be. But just looking at the rankings, and look, I appreciate there is money to be played for, and these players will add to their tallies. I get that. However, when we're talking about next year's Premier League, Nathan Aspinall and Gerwyn Price are going to have to arguably win a TV tournament to have a chance because of the rankings. Look, at the moment, Aspinall falls to 22, Price 20. I agree, James. I think Gerwyn Price will win one as well. I'm with you there, but I'm just highlighting it that at the moment they've got a lot to do. Where you look at Littler's provisionally world number 1, Humphreys world number 2. However, the caveat to that is it if Humphreys wins the Worlds, he would stay at world number 1. Michael Van Gerwen still world number 3, remarkably. Bunting 4, Ross Smith 5, Clayton 6, Anderson 7, De Decker 8, Dobie 9, Schindler 10, Rock 11. But from Rock in potential 11 to Bunting in 4, there is only one good run on TV between them. It's mad. Ooh, hello. Shh, 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 shh. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Nothing going on. Is there, Gabriel? Nothing to see. The suspense. Oh. That'd have been good as well on the stream. Yeah, where's the boo button? We need the old boo button. Yeah, Lubitsch won. Clements has broken back. He's been threatening it. Snakey got to the last 32 or last 64? Lost in the last 64 to Ricky Evans, 6-3. It's a good setup from Clemens, but Dolan is going to get a look at this 1-4-3. Oh my! I said he was going to get a look at it. He's done more than that. Brendan Dolan has just pulled a rabbit from the hat. That is incredible from the history maker. Oh my, Brendan Dolan. That is good. That is very, very good. He has pulled that from absolutely nowhere. I'll watch it on the stream. We even got a little double fist pump from him. But this has been some response from Clemens. Is he about to send us to a last leg decider? This has to. That's very good from Dolan. Says to Clemens, go on then. What have you got? Have you got a little 94 in the locker? The answer is no. So Dolan will now get 2 match darts. $15 for double 16 will be the MO. Brendan Dolan completely changed the dynamic of the game with that 1-4-3. The history maker is into another final. Will be Ross Smith against Brendan Dolan for the Players' Championship 16 title. I suppose I better get our traditional little poll up, hadn't I? Let's get that. There we go. Poll is up for you. Get involved. Ross Smith or Brendan Dolan. Come on then, chat room, score predictions. What are you saying? I'm guessing most people will think Ross Smith is a big favourite, and rightfully so, what he's done today. But we all know that Brendan Dolan likes to cause trouble, don't we? Don't think he's won one this year, Stephen. No, but he wins one every year, doesn't he? It's just what Brendan Dolan does. Every year, without fail, Brendan Dolan wins a Pro Tour. It's just what happens. It's the rules. It's like law, isn't it? You are. Yeah, 100%, Stephen. It's what happens, isn't it? That every year certain players will always win a Pro Tour. How are we doing, Richard? Good to have you in. He should win it, but you never know. Dolan will have to come down from that big high as well. The 143 and the deciding leg was superb. We haven't heard yet, Stephen. No worries, Fraser. Good to have you in, buddy. Are you in Aberdeen this coming week, mate? While we wait, Phil, what's the favourite interview you've done? Oh, that's a good question. So, there's been a few that stand out. The one I did with Trina in lockdown instantly springs to mind, where she spoke for the first time about her battles with alcohol and so on. That was really good to do. I really enjoyed the one I did with Noah Lynn for the Super Series. Again, really enjoyed that one. There's been a few, like even like this year, that I really enjoyed the one I did with Barry at Matchroom HQ. there's been so many that I've loved, and I look back and I look at the ones like the proper sit down I did with Kyle Anderson, and so on. I did a great sit down with him talking about life, moving over and so on. There's been loads. But great question, mate. Thank you very much. No worries, Fraser. Yeah, guys, you're not there, mate, but yeah, we'll definitely catch up soon. Yeah, 100%, Daz. If one of them can do it completely. Yeah, yeah, not a good day for Bully Boy at all. Not a good 24 hours with Ratajski winning yesterday. That was a bit of a disaster for him. That changed the landscape. Two nines. Anyone ever done three? Not that. My gut reaction instantly says no, Fraser. We've had two Harry. Ross Smith has had them both. Smudger has played brilliantly today. When were the nines hit roughly? I think one was in round one and one was in the last 16 or last 32. There's no Euro Tour this weekend, so I would imagine it will be Hugh and Kirk because there's no Euro Tour. I would suggest. Two seconds. Ross is playing some absolutely incredible darts. So, fingers crossed. We shouldn't be too far away now. How we doing, Brock? Good to have you in. I'm good. Cheers, Nico. Just waiting for the final to get underway. Oh, the old military cut that he went for. The old buzz cut. So what's everyone up to tonight? Anything interesting? Let me know. If you haven't yet, you know where that subscribe button is as well. You massively appreciate it. Just give it a little tap, and the like button as well. It's been a long time since an English player won one of these. I haven't looked, to be fair. When... So who was the last? Have we had one this year? By my calculations, Ryan Searle on the 18th of February. Oh no, sorry, the week after, Cullen, the 11th of March. So yeah, we had Cross in number 1, Dobie 3, Searle 4, Cullen 5, and then it's been a long wait. No, so a few weeks ago, he went for a real short back and sides, Nico. Like proper military short back and sides. It's grown a bit now, but he proper went for it. Come on, let's get this show on the road. Phil, if you had to sit at one table with one, who would you pick? Table A, MVG, Richie Burnett, John O'Shea. Oh, Brock, that's horrid. That is absolutely horrid. I'd sit in the middle. I'd sit somewhere in the middle so I could earwig both. Because the conversations on both would be incredible. Especially with Richie, MVG and John, it'd be hilarious. But then Gary, Gezi, you're a bad man. Right, the official is in the booth. He has pressed warming up. So there is someone in the streaming booth. Now they just need to hurry up. Who do you see MVG? I've gone MVG, but not as you think. I think Aspinall wins this week, and I think MVG wins next week. As in the little duels between them. So, come on, let's get this on the road now. If this was in the UK, Gibbling would have had them. Gibbling would have had them fired up by now. Get on with it. Oh. Right. It's a record length event. Nice, good stat, James. I like that. Like that a lot. Big fan. Big fan of a stat. I have read Russ's book. I liked it, yeah. I saw them yesterday. Steve, I haven't seen them close up. My initial reaction is the dart is the same, but they've just changed the colour profile on it. Does that make sense? So, but I might be wrong with that. Just what I saw, that the dart looks the same. It's just the colour looks different. But we'll try and have a look. You know, Nico, you know. Look, someone has been in the booth. This has been a long wait between ties here. Oh, right, we've got pictures, so we are ready to go. Dolan against Ross Smith. So let's. Dolan has won the ball. So cool. Yeah, that's it. I might be wrong, but that's what my original one. That's what I thought. And it's going to take a big effort from Dolan here, just because of how well Ross Smith is playing. Let's have a look. Yeah, they look the same, just the colour profile looks different. Phil, who would you choose on your pub team? MVG and Taylor. Right. Already, Ross Smith is asking questions of the Brendan Dolan throw here. But that 54 just gives Dolan a way back in. If Dolan rescues the situation here, Ross Smith will be disappointed. So 155 for first blood Ross Smith. Dolan on 138. The setup was good from Smith. Piles the pressure on this for Dolan. Took out 143 from nowhere in the semi-finals, and it's not going to go. So Ross Smith, 3 darts in hand to break the Dolan throw in leg 1. and doesn't pass up the opportunity. It's an early break of throw, and Ross Smith looks to be continuing where he left off. Who is the winner for the World Championships? It's just tough one, Harry, because we don't know where people are going to fall in brackets and so on. Phil, excluding anyone from darts, which 3 people would you most like to interview? That's a good question. Right now, who would I love to interview? Are we talking dead or alive, Nico? Or does it not matter? No, it's all about the money, Sean. All about the money. James, I think the world qualifying, I think it will be within the next couple of weeks, I think. Alive. Okay, right, so that's a great question. 2-0 Ross Smith in the blink of an eye. Non-darts. Who would I like? 15th straight, that's mad. The list is quite long. Carl Frampton. Kevin Peterson. And David Beckham. .3-0 Ross Smith, double break of throw. He is going through the gears here. Brendan Dolan looks as if he's emptied the tank to get to the final. There's 22 points difference in the averages, and Ross Smith still looks fresh. Daniel, I think for Ross Smith, being outside is better, because now he's in 15th. He's going to run into Littler round 2 if he wins. I'd rather take my chances. What are the odds on Smith being asked to... Ross Smith. Is running away with it. Dolan leaving the old 165. But This is looking like one-way traffic. Ross Smith can come back for double 16 to put himself halfway to victory. Dolan just cannot get near it at the moment, or not get near the levels to compete with Smith. 4-0. His average goes to 105. Yes, Dolan has put 6 points on his, but it's still not in the same league as Ross Smith right now. Dolan just needs something to give him some hope here. Oh, absolutely, Scott. He's been absolutely mustard. But look, this is good from Dolan. He's not rolling over and having his belly tickled. But having said that, Ross Smith goes 140, 140, 140 to leave 81 after just 9 for an 11 dart triple break of throw. This is just stunning from Ross Smith. He's given Dolan a chance. It must be close. If not, that's 100%. Yeah, look, it's incredible. And look, Dolan, you were given a chance. And he's not taking it. Yeah, playing like this, 100% he is. Playing like this, 100%. He can't not be. Because this is breathtaking. "21 legs in a row, that's incredible." And look, Brendan Dolan's upping his levels here, but he just can't get near. This is savage. This is absolutely savage. About to say he's teasing us. How do you stop this? Oh, 100%. It has been... It, 100%. It is brutal. And look, this 80... Oh, so I say, it's going to have to go. This is wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is mental. 23 legs. Is that correct, chat room? 23 on the spin. Oh, it's been bonkers. Absolutely insane. Dolan has not played. Dolan's averaging 94 here. How do you stop? Oh, that's the first mistake that Ross Smith has made. Yeah, I promise anyone watching darts, it's not this easy. So this may have to go. 1, 2, 5. And it doesn't. So now, this would be incredible. For 24 unanswered legs. Ross Smith, take a bow. Just confirm someone for me, chat room. 24 unanswered legs. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Is it the ball he finishes on? Oh, it is as well. He pings the bullseye to cap an absolute sensational day from Ross Smith. Would it not be... But remember the game before that, Ruben, as well? Because he'd have had to have won that as well. '24. incredible. Absolutely incredible from Ross Smith. Absolutely sensational. You guys have been brilliant today. Absolutely fabulous. Thank you very much for the support as always. If you haven't yet, please make sure you smash that subscribe button. It does mean the world to us. We have interviews coming out over the next few days as well. Some really good ones as well. So keep your eyes peeled for them. But I've been Phil Bars. We have been Online Darts. It has been our pleasure to bring you the Pro Tours, and we'll see you all very, very soon.